Hope you are doing well. Uh, we excitingly get to start with Selena's favorite puzzle type, a big grid with arrows by Math Pesto in this case. Uh, Math Pesto probably responsible for a good, I don't know, 50% of the big grid with arrows puzzles we do around here. By the way, happy Friday. Uh, hey, Nell. Hey, Sarah. Uh, hey, Ace of Spades. Hope you're doing well. What was I going to say? I was going to say my only announcement, which is the same announcement as I had last time, is that I put up the puzzle Jello that I made on stream over on LMD, which is, I think, well, I quite like it anyway. So if you want to do a weird variation of 10 lines puzzle, I recommend Jello because it has a rule called 10 clumps. So what more could you want? I was excited to see one of the ideas we talked about on stream. Paul Fly has executed, so expect that I might be doing a 10 clumps puzzle on stream at some point. And Sunday, that's true. Sunday we have joining us nell of Sudoku fame, which I am quite looking forward to as well, because I will say whenever Nell is streaming, I tend to hang around, and then I get to be the person in chat who's trying to say random cell numbers and try and be helpful while then typing the wrong cell numbers or seeing something that is wrong or whatever. It's very nice to have the sort of the experience overall. Jay Dyer suggesting 15 clumps. 15 clumps could be interesting. You might be able to do 15 clumps in an interesting way without even having any holes, possibly. My present efforts my present effort in setting that I have sort of partially done on a sheet of paper, so you can tell how serious it is because it's on a sheet of paper, like handwritten, is a killer puzzle with holes. So we'll see. I have this idea that I could do like a 2-star killer puzzle where there are any number of holes to be discovered by the solver, but we will see. All right, so let us look at this. And so this is a hybrid of Tentaisho and Aquarium and arrows, apparently. Now, I don't remember Tentaisho, but maybe I did a micro-study puzzle a million years ago with Tentaisho rules. Let's read and learn together what Tentaisho is, and then you can tell me what words I failed to read or misread when I try to solve it. So we need to divide the grid into regions of orthogonally connected cells. Good. Each region contains exactly one circle and is rotationally symmetric around the circle. Oh, it's spiral galaxy. Right? This is just spiral galaxy, right? What am I missing? I think this is literally is spiral galaxy. Okay, so I have done spiral galaxy puzzles before. So I think, yeah, this is literally spiral galaxy. Okay, an aquarium shades some cells in the grid where shaded cells are treated as water, and Tentaisho regions are treated as aquariums. Each aquarium is filled with water up to a certain level, or left empty. The water level in each aquarium is the same across its width. So basically, if you have your galaxy and it looks like, let's see, that doesn't look right. It is right, though. It doesn't look right to me, but whatever. If this is your tank, you could leave the tank entirely empty, or you could start filling it with water, but you fill it from the bottom up because water sinks. Water is heavier than gray. And so you fill it up, and if you want to fill it up some more, then you have to fill it up all the way, and if you want to fill it up some more still, then you have to fill it all the way, and so on. That is how Aquarium works. Again, I am attempting to use my keypad when my keypad actually isn't even on. And then we also have some arrows. Oh, sorry, Tristan is right. I did not read who voted for this. Let's see. There we go. By the way, we start each stream with the most voted on puzzle by supporters. So people who support the stream at the windmill level or above get to see the sort of all the possible puzzles in the universe that we might do and vote for their favorite. So this puzzle was voted on by the following supporters. So thank you very much to everyone who supports the channel. And I hope the following people enjoy this puzzle. So that is Woofer Nordy, Cogito, Ken, Doomdiat, Luda, Russ, Math Pesto, and David. So thank you all very much. Mostly, Garion, I'm just trying to avoid making the thing green, because usually the temptation with Aquarium is to make it blue and green. But then I feel like green is heavier than blue, and then I get very confused. So that is why I'm using blue and gray this time, because gray is clearly lighter than blue. It is a good sign that the setter voted for you. If the setter was voting for other puzzles, that might not go well as a sign. Okay, a cell with arrows has a value equal to the size of its region. That value also equals the amount of shaded cells in the arrow's directions combined, not counting the cell itself. Okay, so the size of a region is equal to the total number of shaded, aka water cells, in the directions combined, not in the regions pointed at. Okay. I don't think it can be 0 because it's the size of its region, and the size of its region I don't think can be 0, because I think the cell has to be in a region. Okay, so what are we doing here? I guess this is going to be a... that's a little light, maybe. Thing. I'm assuming that there can be a value higher than 9. Because it doesn't say otherwise. Let's see. And every arrow... Is every arrow a border? That's always a good question to ask. I don't think every arrow has to be a border. Because it could just be that this is in a region whose size is equal to that number of cells or something, or some subset. So I don't think arrows need to be on borders, unless that says that in some way that I don't see. Okay, I'm going to draw in all the, like, gimme pieces just so that I have them marked. That these things are all clumps that clump together. That clumps together. These clump. That clumps together. That clumps together. These clump together. Those clump together. Oops, those clump together. And then I get some borders for free because, for example, because I can't go down, I can't go up either. So here I can't go down, so I can't go up either. Here I can't go right, so I can't go left, so I can't go right either. Right. Each galaxy contains exactly one circle. In my brain, for whatever reason, I was contemplating whether these merge or not. But no. They cannot merge. That's not allowed. So these are separate. These are separate. Because each region contains exactly one circle and is rotationally symmetric around the circle. Oh, these two go together as well. So these are different. These are different. These are different. These are different. Let's see. There was one I saw over here maybe that was maybe useful, but maybe it is not. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, that can't go that way, so it can't go that way. Row 7, row 8, column 7. Oh, yep, these two are definitely buddy-buddy. This border gives me that border. That starts to get interesting. Because this now needs to be part of something, and it can't be part of this because those aren't part of that. And that's, again, because of the fact that this can't connect down, so it can't grow up either. And so that actually borders off this and borders off this. And this hasn't found, I want to say a hole, but maybe that's not the right word for it. It hasn't found a center yet, so it has to keep growing. So all of these grow together. Can this possibly take that? If it did, this would need to be 1, 2, 3, 4. That would work. Is there any way it's anything else? So the only other option is it's that. This would have... Oh, that doesn't work. Right. Okay. So So this needs to connect to its hole, but it can't connect to its hole down, because if it does, it would need to go 2 further cells down, and it would merge 2 galaxies, and I can't do that. So in fact, this definitely joins here, and these definitely all are connected. Therefore, that is thingy thing. Now, because of the symmetry here, I get a bunch of borders. By the way, I should fill in the border around the edge before someone notices that I have missed a border around the edge. And so, because these can't go up, these can't go down. Because these can't go down, these can't go up, which is interesting because it now says this cell has to be part of something. It can only get its hole from this direction. So we can go over there. I guess they're not black holes, they're galaxies, but in my brain they're black holes rather than galaxies is what I'm looking at. I guess it's sort of similar. Okay. This can't possibly take this cell because of numbers. Because if this takes this cell, this is 10 in size. But the total number of cells pointed to here is 4. And therefore, there can't be 10 water cells in there, I think is how that works. Let me know if I've misunderstood how that works, but I think that's how that works. So I think that forces that, which I think then forces that. Also that. Also all of these, because this can't go up, so these can't go down. That border there gives me a border there as well. And so now that same border gives me that border, and now this is forced to do that, so it's done. Okay. So this needs to find a hole, and it does. And now the maximum possible value of this arrow is 4, because there's only 4 cells. And therefore, that means this galaxy is size 4 in total, and means all of these cells are water. Which means this is also water, because within a single galaxy aquarium, you can't mix water and non-water. There's a border here. Oh, this needs to see an enormous amount of water, because this needs to see 8 water just in the row. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so if I don't fill this with water up to here, then I can't make this arrow true, because there needs to be 8 water in this row, and this is 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. And so there's only 7 cells if I don't flood this galaxy. But now if I flood this galaxy, that's too many. So that's gray, which we know is lighter than blue. And therefore these are blue. Aquarium galaxy dance indeed. Okay, so we get to do that. I will bring out Zach to do a spiraling galaxy dance, because why not? It's in his contract. Well, oh no, Math Pesto says I have screwed up already. Oh, okay. Sorry. Arrow doesn't count itself. So we still have finished 2 galaxies. So we'll still let Zach dance. But the point is, if this were flooded, those 3 would also add with this. Thank you, Math Pesto. We'll still let Zach do the spiral dance. He tried to spiral too much. Thank you, Zach. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. I swear you made some Mario noises there, but close enough. So I am noticing this one, while I am filling in things, can't go down. So we have that piece. Oh, this can't go right, so it can't go left there either. This is just done, actually. There's no ambiguity. This is just forced to be done. this needs to get somewhere, so it definitely gets there, but then it's also done because it can't go anywhere. It has nowhere to go. We could put numbers in the regions, but I don't think we need to. It's not a Philomeno or anything. These can't connect. We'll put in numbers if we need to. I'm happy to, but I'm assuming most of the numbers are going to be too big to put in anyway. And the numbers only mean anything if they're on the arrows. But it would look a little ugly to only have numbers on the arrows, so I think it'll look cleaner if we don't. But I reserve the right to change my mind drastically after we do this. That bar there forces that bar there. Okay. Oh, this being blue fills this whole tank, which I think is what Selena is pointing out. Oh, I don't think this is going to have solution check. This looks up, but it needs to be at least 3. And therefore, this needs to grow, but it can only grow here. That's the only direction it can grow. And then it's actually done, because now everything that it could connect to is trapped. And so, in fact, we know this needs to see a total of 4 water. So it sees 1 water there, 2 water there. So this definitely, well, sorry, that can't be water, because if this was water, it would make that water, and then that would make too many water. So that could be water, or that could be water, or that could be water. One of those things is water. That is the conclusion out of all of this. Okay, so this needs to connect somewhere. There's no way this doesn't connect to here, right? If this doesn't connect to here, then it would have to connect to there, and that's going to put a galaxy so far off the bottom that it's going to be crazy. So we're going to do it there. So then we go 1 over and 1 down. I think I did that right. So these are separate. Those are separate. Let's see. This can't go left, so that can't go right. This can't go up, so that can't go down. I think it could still take one of those, though. I think that would be I8. So to speak. Oh, the point is actually, where does this cell go? Because if this cell tries to go to this galaxy, then again, we go off the bottom, although only by a little. So therefore, this actually has to join this galaxy. And therefore, this also joins this galaxy. And of course, this can't grow that way. Could this actually grow even one further? That seems possible to me. Oh, actually, it's going to have to, because this galaxy here needs to go down there, and therefore this is not part of this, but therefore it's part of this, and therefore we can go up that far. Yep, like that. And now this galaxy is complete in all its spinny TIE Fighter glory. And speaking of spinny TIE Fighter glory, this is just a square. It's not a very good spaceship, if I'm being honest. But this will connect over to there at least. It looks to me like this is still able to connect in... Oh, it couldn't connect to here. I should just draw in that this can't connect left. That is certainly a useful thing to do. This has got to connect somewhere. So this, I want to say this always connects up, or do I think it always connects down? I feel like I could analyze this, but I feel like it's probably not the lowest hanging fruit, because as people have pointed out plenty of times, there are lots of borders that I haven't even got to, because I haven't even gotten to the point of thinking about some of these other parts of the grid yet, like at all. So maybe I should think about them. So that mirrors to there, that mirrors to there, that mirrors to there. So this is just a 1 by 1. Let's see. Sarah has counted row 9, column 4. And so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This is 14 in size. And so Sarah claims that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, that 14 and 14 are equal. So by beautiful spot from Sarah, all of this becomes water in order to make this possibly work. And therefore, we have to fill our Galacticarium. So we fill our Galacticarium like that. Now, this is in the same galaxy as that. So it's in the same Galacticarium as that. So those are both blue. And these are all in the same level of the same Galacticarium. So those all need to be blue. Okay, so we've got that. I'm curious about this. Oh, right. Sorry. Now it's being pointed out that actually resolved what happened here. So this is now dry because this needs to see 8 and it already sees 8. Tristan pointed out, I see. What about this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 is the most that this can possibly be. And it needs to be 14. So if 16 is the most this can possibly be, that means there is at most 2 dry cells, which means that this, if this has at most 2 dry cells, it means both of those are wet. This, by the way, has a done border that I just never finished. I'm supposed to rotate the table, but I'm not sure which galaxy is the table. This one I see can go over down there like that. Let's see. Got those. Let's see. Jim says the border between row 5, column 9, and row 6, column 10. Oh, maybe row 6, column 9. There we go. That corrects there. I love that autocorrect tries to correct cell names to cells that you've said before. Just maximally helpful to replace cell names with other cell names. And then that also gets reflected over to here while we are at it. Let's see. Row 9, column 5 is at least 5. That's true. Oh, and this region I have not, no surprise to anyone, I have not sort of filled in. But this already sees 5, so therefore Garian's point is that this all happens, but even that's not enough. So this actually is forced to happen, which actually forces that to happen. But now, oh boy, look at what's happened here. Now we've got this big galaxy, and it is soaking. So we've got all of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This Galacticarium is 8 in size. So this needs to be 8 in size. It's currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so I've got to fill everything in order to make that work. So all of those get full. Now I think this Galacticarium clue is useful because this Galacticarium clue needed to be 4, and it currently is at 4. So if I wet this, it'll be over full. So we can't do that. So we have that there. This reminds me of I got this new kind of beer from the new exciting mega convenience store that opened close to us. That is like the world's largest 7-Eleven or something. And spoiler, I did not like it. It was like Blue Moon with orange, and I love Blue Moon with orange slices in it. So I figured if I love Blue Moon with orange slices in it, and Blue Moon makes a beer with orange slices in it, how bad could it be? But the answer is very, very bad. Uh, but I loved that my boyfriend also took a sip and tried it, and his immediate reaction was, "Ew, this beer is too soggy," which I feel like soggy somehow was the right description for the way in which the beer was bad. Tristan is pointing out that I have filled this Galacticarium to this level, so I have to fill the rest of the Galacticarium to that level. Let's see. I feel like if I was naming this puzzle, I would have called it a Galacticarium puzzle, but perhaps I enjoy the word Galacticarium more than most people. Yes, I've definitely had beer that I would describe as doughy, and that's also not a good experience. Yeah, the chewy, like, this feels a little bit too something. This can't expand that way, and in fact, actually that way or that way either. So both of these need to be in a galaxy, and so that galaxy is that. And so we get this. I feel like one of the only downsides of Spiral Galaxy puzzles is that I feel like they don't lead to lots of very stimulating dialogue, because it's like, oh, this can't go there because that can't go there. This can't go there because that can't go there. Is basically all there is that I that's not what I wanted to do at all. For me to say for most of this. Not that I'm not quite enjoying it, just I worry it may not lead to the maximum amount of excitement. Okay, so this is actually done. So this is actually now forced to join this. So 1, 2 going that way. And that actually has forced this. So we've got a little potential plus shapage here. It could be plus shapage. We don't know. But we do know this Galacticarium is filled all the way across like this. Why did I make that one? I don't know. I know why I made those gray, because I was trying to switch to the gray pen tool and I was in the wrong mode. But who knows? Probably there's a point coming up where I can count is going to be my my guess, because usually there's a point where I can count. I think this one can do a little bit of counting, because it is a minimum of 3, and 3 is more than 2. And therefore, this must grow, and it can only grow in one direction. And now I have to be very careful that I don't spiral this wrong. No. That spirals over to that. That spirals over to that. And that's different. So therefore, that's different. And so Micro encourages me to look at this and note that it is currently at 3. Now, MicroStudy would like to do it with parity, which I think is cute. So in order to get from 3 to 4, we need an odd number. And so 2 is not an odd number. So I need at least one odd number, and therefore this is blue. But now 4 is 4, and so I can't do more than that, and so therefore that's dry. Let's do that. I can always do with more excuses to talk about parity. This just can only grow to one place, because it certainly can't go there, because it would require that. So this can actually only grow to there, which is then going to fill in a bunch more stuff that can't go places. That can't go there either. So row 4, column 9 already sees 6, I am being told. So it is at... Oh, okay. So it's currently at 5, but if I count carefully, that's 5, but it sees more stuff. Namely, it sees that. So what is being said by chat is that I do get my cross. I kind of wanted the cross. I don't know why. It felt right to me to have the cross there, which is then going to do that. It's going to mean that this number is going to be 7. Sorry, I guess all of these numbers are going to be 7. That's the one that's going to be 7, I suppose. So let's count to 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's only one more. for what it's worth. So if there's only one more, that means that cell has to be dry, which means that cell has to be dry. Just in order to make sure that we don't do that. This is done, by the way, because it, in all but one case, things. This has to connect somewhere. And it's certainly not connecting there. It's certainly not connecting there. So I think this just absolutely has to connect to here. I don't think there's any way around it. I feel like I argued that a little bit sloppily, but let me double check that. If this... Yeah, there just is nowhere else that this can get without becoming part of another galaxy that works. And so that does that, and that does that. So now this is dry because it's on top of dry. Hey, J40, hope you're doing well. We are counting water cells. This is done. Let's see. This needs to be part of a galaxy. Or a galactic aquarium, if you will. But now that galactic aquarium is done. This is very cool. I quite enjoy this this puzzle. So this now has some mirroring of blacknesses. And so now by the mirroring of blacknesses, this has become only eligible to be part of this galactic aquarium. So the galactic aquarium does that. Hey, Kodak, how are you doing? This galactic aquarium is finished by symmetry. And so therefore that all joins this galactic aquarium. And there we go. Let's see. Colin believes that row 11, column 9... is dry for exactly the same reason that this was dry, right? There's at most one more, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. By the way, welcome, Colin. 6, and there's only one more, right? So if I look down here, if this was wet, that would be wet, and that would be too many more. So that's dry. I agree with Colin. So that's dry as well. Thank you, Colin. Okay, and so now this galactic aquarium is done. So that's going to be really tricky for this one, because this one is now going to have to be part of something. We all want to be part of something. It's going to have to be part of this one, because if it tries to be part of that one, then it's going to involve mirroring something off the grid, and I can't mirror something off the grid. So this is going to become part of that, and this has got to be part of something, so it's part of that, and that finishes this... this hoobly-hoo. And now this, I guess, is going to go 1, 2, 3. God, I hope there's enough. I think there's exactly enough to do that. This is certainly 1. I think that is all. And I think we are done our galactic aquariums. Oh, I guess, sorry, I have not finished this galactic aquarium sort of marker. It's interesting. You could basically do the spiral galaxy in this puzzle. I wonder if you could do all of the spiral galaxy in this puzzle without ever thinking about the aquarium part. I don't know, because we certainly did allow ourselves the honor and the privilege to think about the aquarium part before then. But it's possible that you could just do it all without that. Let's see. Okay, so now we have to look for arrows where we can count. Let's see. So there's supposed to be 2 in this direction. So these had better be wet, or I'm not going to get to 2 in this direction. That does not give me my last one of these, though. Let's see. Dorlir says row 6, column 10. Oh, unfortunately. I read Dorlir's comment, and unfortunately, of all the things in the grid, Dorlir saw exactly the thing that I just filled in. Sorry, Dorlir. Let's see. Row 4, column 4, and row 4, column 5 are dry. Right, because they're pointed at by this thing, and this thing, remember, only needs one more, so and those come together, so those are both dry. Let's see. MathPad says it was hard not to make the galaxy resolve right away because of the all galaxy centers are given. I would believe that. Row 6, column 12 is dry. Right. Because of this, Tristan points out, because this is a 2. And so all of this stuff above it is dry. Let's see. This arrow is maybe becoming interesting someday eventually. Maybe not. Let's see. Row 12, column 11. Requires its region to be at least a little wet, because if it's not, then I would need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I would need 8 of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Jay Dyer's point is if this region's not at least a little wet, I would need 8 of these 6 cells to be wet, and that's a problem. So I definitely get at least that much. But even that's not enough. I need at least that much in order to possibly make this work. A little wet. Yep, a little wet. Little. Let's see. Moist. Yes. Okay, this one seems like I should be able to figure it out, right? Because there need to be 7. And we currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 are possible. Now, of those 9, 3 are already done. So I need 4 of these exactly to be wet. Well, if I don't use these 4, I can't. So all 4 of those are wet, but that finishes it. So that means both of those are dry, which then dries out this whole area. So all of that has been thingy-thinged. Okay, yeah. This arrow also needs only... I guess this arrow needs only 1 more. Right, this arrow needs only 1 more, because this arrow needs 7, and it's already got 4, 5, 6. So I only get 1 more in this entire thing, and so by earlier logic, if I only get 1 more, these are dry because of that. I've never been to a black hole, so I'm not sure if they are dry or wet. Or maybe plasma-y. I've heard plasma is a thing, although I would not want to be asked to pretend I knew what it was. Let's see. We need one of our physicists in here to tell us what plasma is and whether it is dry or wet. Row 9, column 3, says Garion, has to see all remaining cells water. Okay, so this was, I forget already, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is 14. So it currently sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it will see at most 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yep, so all of that will be blue. And that flood is going to do a lot more flooding. Like that. Jay's suggesting a like aquarium, except you can have sort of 3 tiers rather than 2 tiers of stuff. That blue also percolates over to there. There was some arrow over here. Was it this one that wasn't... Oh, no, it wasn't that one. It was that one that wasn't quite finished. Nope, that one was done. Oh, it was this one. Nope, that one's done. Yep, I think that is correct. Okay. This one still needs to see a total of... This one might be done. It still needs to see a total of 8. It currently sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so this sees 7. So therefore, these are dry and these are dry because it needs to see only 1 more. Let's see. This can't possibly see that many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is size 9, and it already sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this only gets to see 1 more. If this only gets to see one more, these are definitely dry, which means those are also dry. Nicholas is pointing out row 12, column 11. Oh no, we have again done the thing. Oh, I counted wrong. It sees 9. Oh, it's even better. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I counted the water things wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I missed this one. I missed the 9 because I got to the gray and stopped for reasons that I don't know. But that it does already see 9, so therefore it can't see any more. And so therefore that's gray, and all of these are gray. Thank you for that catch, Nicholas, and the rest of chat that I did not count goodly. And if this is dry, then the stuff above it is also dry. Let us see now. Okay, so that one's done. This one is supposed to see 9. It sees 1, 2. I've lost track of this diagonal. 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I think this... Oh, why did I count that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This one sees 9 already. So I think this one can... I think we can gray everything else that this sees, which includes this, which grays this entire thing. It includes that. It includes this, which grays that entire thing. So yeah, so I think that all works out. I can finish column 11. Oh, because of this. Because this sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, right. And this one's supposed to be 8. Right. So it needs an 8th. So that's the 8th. Thank you. In my brain, I was really stuck on the number 9, but this was the one with the number 9, not the other one. Bye, Jim. Hopefully you have fun. Let's see. MicroStudy would like us to dry out row 4, column 6's galaxies. So row 4, column 6 is size 7 again, and it sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it already sees 7. So MicroStudy would like us to take a damp sponge and dry those off. Or I guess a dry sponge and dry them off. What kind of sponge do you dry things with? I'm not sure. And row 4, column 9, MicroStudy claims also same deal. So this one sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which is the correct number. So everything else is dry. So all of that becomes dry. And now we have finished the puzzle. Very nice. That was super smooth. I feel like if it didn't require as much reading to get through the rules, I feel like this would I feel like this would be a 1-star puzzle. But very nice, very smooth. I liked that a lot. Yeah, MathPesto has been setting some easier puzzles lately, which is always appreciated to see. But for now, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back with another puzzle. So see everyone in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. I hope everyone is doing well. I have gone in the bucket and I have plucked out this puzzle by Jay Dyer called X-clusivity, with the X being sort of a pun. And so let us have a look at the rules here. I'm going to guess that Cracking the Cryptic did this one based on the fact that when I pulled it up, it said there had been 3,000 solves of the puzzle. But I have not done it yet, so I am going to do it anyway. So each line consists of one or more non-overlapping groups of consecutive cells, each of which sums to 10. This is that standard 10 lines. But we have the fun bit that we also can't repeat 10 sums within 10 lines. So, for example, if one line had a group with digits 1, 3, 1, 5, you can't have another one with 5, 1, 1, 3, right? So you can normally repeat digits all you want, but you have to bear in mind that you have you can't repeat stuff. Okay, so does anyone have a recommended bet tree for this puzzle? This is a very cool idea. So what I think this entire puzzle is going to be about, I'll say while I wait to see if anyone will kindly give me a bet tree, is the fact there's only 4 dominoes, and I absolutely have to use a domino here, and I absolutely have to use a domino here, and I therefore can't use 2 dominoes in these 2. So one of these is a domino, and one of them is 1, 2, 3, 4. So let me just articulate that again. So this is a length 5 line. And so by virtue of being a length 5 line, the only possible way I could break this up is as a length 3 and a length 2, since I can't make 5 numbers sum to 10. So one of these sums is too long. Okay. I don't know if it's there or it's there, but the only length 2 sums, in fact, there's secretly a third one, but let me go over that in a second. The only length 2 sums that aren't 5, 5 are these. Hey, Joe, welcome. Is that a badger or an anteater? I can't quite tell. It's rather small. It would almost look like a turtle, except that it's gray. But anyway, welcome. Glad to have you here. So I'm doing all of this just so that I can count where all of these have to show up. It's a badger. Okay, excellent. So these are both length 5 ones. And even if I start this one here or start it here, this has to be 2 sums. It can't be 1 sum because I know these sum to at least 10. So I can't make this whole line sum to 10. So that's 2 dominoes right off the bat. And now what about these? Well, a length 4 line that can't have any repeats, such as these, can be 1, 2, 3, 4, or it can be 2 dominoes. And since I have one of each, this must cover the 1, 2, 3, 4, and the 2 dominoes. So that's all of that. So there are no more dominoes, no more 1, 2, 3, 4 to be had. And I don't think this one can be 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me try and convince you of that. But I might unconvince myself of it. But I think if this is 1, 2, 3, 4, then the minimum of these is 1, 5, 6, which is too many. Because I've eaten up 3 low digits. So this one can't be 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's this one that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And the gift that keeps on giving is that this line is length 5. And I can't use any dominoes on it. I don't actually know whether this line is a trio and a trio and a 5, 5. Or yeah, I know about the 5, 5. I was thinking I was arguing that it had to be a 5, 5, but I don't actually think it has to be a 5, 5. I think this can be a single 5 cell sum to 10. But what I thought I was proving when I started talking was that one of these was 5, 5. But as Paul Fly points out, yeah, 1, 1, 2, 5 is all totally fine. So Garion has a good spot, which is that I know for sure that this is a length 3 sum and this is a length 3 sum. And I think it's a question, how many length 3 sums are there? I wish I knew off the top of my head how many 3-cell sums without repeats there are, because I've now used 4 of the 3-cell sums without repeats. I'm trying to think if there's an elegant way that I can count them without doing things. Garion says there are 4. Okay, there are 4. Okay, so if I trust chat that there are 4, we've actually used all of the 3-cell ways that don't make repeats now. So this therefore can't. Oh no, it could still have a 5, 5 because we could have repeats over there as well. We'll figure that out later. By the way, I should say I know that this is a domino and a domino because I used the 1, 2, 3, 4 down there, which is like this. So I know that this is not a length 2 sum or a length 3 sum, so it makes it at least that far. And this is not a length 2 sum. This could be a length 3 sum with a repeat. But this needs to make it at least this far. By the way, I can get rid of these. This needs to... right. Okay, very cool. Okay, so J40 is pointing out, this is already a trio. If I tried to make this a trio, I would be SOL because these would need to sum to 20, but 6 cells can't sum to 20. The minimum sum of 6 cells is 21. So in fact, that's the domino and that's a trio. Is there some clever way I can do the same thing over here? I don't think so. These 6 cells must sum to at least 21, and therefore this must sum to at least 1 if you take away the 20. So this cell's no smaller than 1. These are all together. I'm going to do that in a color, because I don't know if this also goes there. Okay, what if this doesn't go there? So what if this stops? Then this has to go down here and be... I guess it could be... Well, this can't be 2. So that would just force this to be 5. But that being 5 looks somewhat plausible to me. So I'm going to, again, say this is at least 3, but could be more than that. I don't even know if these are the same. Okay, so these 4 cells sum to less than 20. Because they're both parts of 10 sums. Whereas these 6 cells need to sum to at least 21. Let's see if I can do better. Can I do well enough to actually force this to be the 10 sum? Probably not quite. And yeah, Garion is correct. Even though I could make this sum to 20 and I could make this sum to 20, sorry, I could make this sum to 10 and make this sum to 10, I can't leave myself a domino because there aren't any acceptable dominoes that these 2 lines could be. So therefore, actually, this joins that. And this is going to join one of them. I don't know which one. If it's this side, this is a 1 or a 2. If it's this side, this could be as high as 4, but this certainly isn't bigger than 1, 2, 3, or 4 in any event. So that's sort of a bunch of lows for this column, but that doesn't seem so terrible. if I'm being honest. Oh, right. Sorry. J40 pointing out, actually, I minimized this in an inoptimal way. So I did 1 2 1 2, but the problem is I put 3 1 2s in this box. So this is a minimum of 6 plus 1 is 7. So that makes this a maximum of 3. Like that. Okay. Could this possibly still be a single sum to 10? I want to say that's going to put too many low digits in this column. But I can't quite articulate this in an elegant way. So these 5 cells need to sum to at least 15. So therefore, these need to sum to at least 6 in all cases. And if these sum to at least 6, I would need these to be 2 1s and a 2, which they can just be, I think, otherwise. Okay, so I don't think we can quite disprove it yet in that instance. This is certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4 because of the fact that it's part of this. This is summing to a minimum of 6. So this is the last 1, 2, 3, 4 for this row, which is, I guess, kind of interesting. So these are all 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, but that can't be 5. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, which is interesting. And I know there's 2 1 2 3 4s on this line, right? I can't, if I only use one of 1 2 3 4, then my minimum is 12, which is way too much. So there's 2 1 2 3 4s in every 3-cell no repeats 10 lines thing. So that's 2 1 2 3 4s, 3 1 2 3 4s for whatever that is worth. There's certainly a minimum of 2 1 2 3 4s here, because this is always 1 2 3 4. By the way, I don't know why I didn't mark that before, but it's true. And 2 of these are from 1 2 3 4 for whatever that's worth. Paulfly is correct that this digit can't be equal to this digit. Because if they were equal, then this would be a 1 2 3 4 sum, and I'm not allowed to have a 1 2 3 4 sum. Because I already have a 1 2 3 4 sum, and them's the rules. That's very cute. Garian's pointing out this can't be 1 because it would make both of these strings min 9, which would make it impossible for me to grab that cell from anywhere, which is a good point. Is 2 even possible? If this is a 2, it makes these minimum 1 3 4, which would be 8, and these minimum 8. No, that doesn't work either. Because 8 still is not going to let me grab that cell on either side. Oh, no, actually, sorry, never mind. Sorry. This could be 8 with those being double 1. Maybe 8 double 1 works. And then that would have to be a 2, 1, 3, 4. Never mind. Sorry. I think 2 does work. Anyway, this isn't a 9, but I'm not super excited about the fact that it's not a 9, if I'm being honest. Let's see. Ah, that's gorgeous. Okay, so when I said if this is a 2, then these would have to be exactly 1, 3, 4, with these being double 1. Garian's spot is that's not possible because these two would rule 1 off of this whole sum, which is not possible. So this, in fact, can't be a 2. It's a 3 or a 4. Now. Now. So Sayori's pointing out 8 and 9 in this column are placed. I'd love to know what goes on in Sayori's brain that leaps out to them. But yes, I agree. 8 and 9 are there. That is a very slick spot that I would not have spotted for some time. Let's see. I was trying to think if I know any like virtual pairs that are in here, but I don't quite know that there has to be a 1, 2, or sorry, that there has to be a 3 or a 4 in this sum. So if there's no 3 or 4 in this sum, then this is 1, 2, 7. But 1, 2, 7 works fine because then this would be 4, 6. Yeah, it's possible that I should try and color my 1, 2, 3, 4s around Garian's earlier point. Like maybe Garian's earlier point is actually very helpful. I think it might actually be incredibly helpful because that and that are different. Oh, that was not good. Let's try that again. That and that are different because again, if they were the same, they would rule it out of this, which means the minimum sum of these is 3, which means if this were to connect to there, these would have to be a maximum sum of 7. It would have to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Either 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 4, just to make that work. It's also worth noting, I suppose, this is X. So X is actually down here somewhere. What I'm hoping to prove is that so these can't connect because of the fact that now makes the bare minimum of these 9, so I'd only have 1 degree of freedom, but I don't quite see it breaking yet. That's true. Okay, so J40 points out this digit we know repeats in these cells, because if this is a 4, this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, and it would repeat that 10 sum. That is not allowed. So this is definitely a 1, 2, or a 3. That is a really good spot. Yep, and Dorlir gets the same spot. That was also still very good spot from Dorlir. Is it really possible that all of these sum to 10? Don't know. Same argument is true here. Right. Selena points out, same is true here. If this is a 4, these would be a 1, 2, 3, and we would be repeating the same sum. So this isn't a 4 either. So I guess the question is this X, or is this the third 1, 2, 3? I don't know. The other X isn't 4 either because the X's are the same. That's true. So, let's see. Am I supposed to ask something like where X's domino is or something like that? Or like say that this 3, 4 can't go exactly there? Or there? That's actually getting kind of interesting. This digit in box 3, it can't go in any of these cells because its domino's already here. So it's actually forced to go there, which means down here it's in one of those cells, which starts to feel like it almost means something. And I'm wondering if it is possible. That same is true of this 6-7. Oh, not quite. Not quite. Right. This 6-7, I guess, is in one of these cells, is true. Let's see. Right. This 6-7 is there, so it's in one of those two cells. It cannot, Nicholas, because you're not allowed to repeat 10 sums in this puzzle. So you're just expressly forbidden from repeating any combinations. X sees 2 10 combos. X sees 2 3-cell 10 combos. Okay, so what are the 4 ways of making 10? 1, 2, 7, 2, 3, 5, 1, 3, 6, and 1, 4, 5. Oops. Okay, so 3 of them have 1 in them. And so Micro's point is X can't be 1 because there's 1s in 2 of these. And so if X was 1, those would have to be repeats. So these are 2 or 3. And each of 2 and 3 show up in 2 of the other ways. So funnily enough, we know that X shows up in every other length 3 sum. So X is over here somewhere. And X is in here somewhere. I don't have a fantastic way to corner mark that, but one of these is X and one of these is X. And yes, as Sayori says, one of these things is 1. Now, the fact that this is 2 or 3 might actually start to put... No, it doesn't. It puts literally no pressure on this because of the fact that these 2 are different, so that one could still be 1. I feel like the 1-1-1 version of this is impossible, but I don't see an elegant way to argue it by any means. Okay, X is over here. So this domino doesn't have an X on it. Annoyingly, that could be X. I'm just looking for where X's domino goes and thinking that maybe I could dream up something, but I don't know. Oh, right. Sorry. I just literally said X is on this, which means X definitely isn't there. Right. So X is here. X is here somewhere. In fact, it's there somewhere. So X is in one of these cells here. So X is actually in one of these 2 cells. One of these 2 is X. Because X, I know, has to go in a 3 sum over here. And so one of these 2 is X. It sure feels like there's no way I could put X here, right? If this is X, that seems like a nightmare. Because if this is X, now... Yeah, where does X go on a domino is what I was trying to answer, J40. That was the original adventure that I was on. I agree with Sarah that one of these has to be 1, 4, 5. Which means that these cells are never 1, 4, or 5. For what it's worth. I've said it's not that one. Oh, it's not the one over here either. It's not this one. Ah, okay. So the X has to be here. Okay, sorry. I get it now. So we argued the X is here. So it's not. So the X is here. So that's not the X domino. The X is here. So that's not the X domino. The X needs to be part of the 3-sum in box 1. So it's not that domino. So the only domino that can have the X in it is this one and only here. So this is my 2-3 flavor of X. Okay, so that is my 2-3 flavor of X. And so now I'm certainly out of 1, 2, 3, 4s in this box. So the very minimum sum of these 3 cells is now 1, 2, 5, right? I think the minimum sum of these is now 1, 2, 5 because of the fact that I need a 2 or a 3 and a 3 or a 4. And so this is never 3 at the very least. And I know I've used all my 1, 2, 3, 4s in this box. Oh, I also... No, never mind. So these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for whatever that is worth. I suspect not a lot. I know this isn't X, actually. Because I know that this repeats in this sum. No, I don't know that this repeats in the sum. Sorry. Never mind. Sorry. Disagree. Oh, right. No. Right. Sorry. My argument does work. If this was not in the sum, then I would have 4 distinct digits summing to 10, and it would have to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. So this is the third flavor of 1, 2, 3. So that is my third flavor of 1, 2, 3, which means this digit sees them all. It's at least 4. And now once this digit's at least 4, that's going to do a lot of damage to... Wait, I've already broken the puzzle. This digit can't be at least 4. Oh, no. Once this digit's at least 4, it tells me this line has more than one piece. And so if this digit is more than one piece, or sorry, if this string is more than one piece, we've again got sort of like a piece here and a piece here, and one of those has to be 5, 5. I don't know which is 5, 5, but the one piece universe is gone. Let's see. So so these are identical no matter what, is J40's point. That's really cool. So I can actually give these a color and give these a color and actually just say these two are the same digit. These two are the same digit. And so this could be 1, 1 with an 8, 2, 2 with a 6, 4, 4 with a... Sorry. 3, 3 with a 4, or 4, 4 with a 2. Just for values of this cell, but it's always even because these two are always the same. Okay, and so if they're always the same and always part of the same sum, they can only be 4 or 5. And these are the same and always part of the same sum. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So do I know that yellow is not X? Yes, because I know that X shows up here. So yellow is not X. So if yellow was 1, 2, 3, 4, where would its domino be? And the answer is it wouldn't be here, and it wouldn't be here. The only way that yellow can be 1, 2, 3, 4 is if yellow is green, which means that this is certainly not 1 or 2. Do we believe that weird string of logic? Because yellow needs to be in a domino somewhere unless it's 5, in which case then this is a 5, 5, and that all works out. So that actually means this digit, oh no, that only works if this is the yellow digit, would make this digit small. I have to say 442 doesn't sound great to me. Oh, right. This is also 4 or 5. So if orange is not 5, this is a 2. So so this is always 2 or 4 is what people are pointing out. So this connects either to here, which can only be 4 or 5, or to here, which can only be 3, 4, or 5. Thank you, Jace. That was very helpful. Sorry, I meant to be saying Jay, and then I somehow said it in another way. So this is 7 or 8 for what it is worth. This is definitely a 1, 2, 3, 4 quad, as Sayori points out, which means this is a 5. And so we get to do the 5 dance. Let us do it. Ba-boop-ba-doo. Whoa! Ba-doop-ba-doo. Wow! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So no 5s to go there, no 5 to go here. So funnily enough, I know one of these is a 4 because it's either 3, 3, 4 or 4, 4, 2. So we've got all of that. Okay. Oh, right. These are not pencil marks. Right. I was just editing these things for and they're correct, not pencil marks. Okay. So yellow needs to show up on a domino, and it's not that domino. It's not this domino. Where's the 4th domino? I've lost track of my dominoes. I see. Oh, okay. It's that domino. Oh, right. These two are different. Right. So that one's not yellow. So yes, one of these is yellow. That's yellow or that's yellow is the point. So either green is yellow or yellow is X. That's one of the weirdest Sudoku statements I've made. I've made a lot of weird Sudoku statements. Let's see. Green is different from every flavor of 1, 2, 3. Oh, the point is I have a virtual 1, 2, 3 triple in box 6. Because if I don't use 2, 1, 2, 3s here, then I minimize these at 1, 4, 5, and I still need to throw in another digit, and I'm way overboard. That's right. Okay, so I have a virtual 1, 2, 3 triple. I need to use the other two of 1, 2, and 3 in red here, so therefore green is 4. That is fair, which makes that 6. So we can just get rid of green now and just replace it with pencil marks. of that one of these is 4 and one of these is 4. So this one involves neither a 4 nor a 6. So it's 1, 2, 7 or 2, 3, 5. And so this one always features a 2 in particular. That one's never a 5. So this one always features a 2. Yeah. It could be 1 and 2. So this is odd, whatever on Earth is going on, because it sees 2 and 4. So this is either 1, 9 or 3, 7. Ron pointing out wisely, this is not 1, 3, 6, and this is not 1, 3, 6. So this has to be 1, 2, 7 or 1, 4, 5. And so either this is 1, 3, 6 or the 1, 3, 6 is over here. Can I do anything with that? So X and yellow are not the same is the point. If X and yellow were the same, then they would both be 3, and there would be nowhere for 1, 3, 6. Because we've just said it's not there and it's not there, and if yellow and X were the same, it wouldn't be there or there either. So therefore, yellow is not X, and therefore, where does the yellow domino go? Therefore, the yellow domino goes here, and yellow is 4. And so I think we've just proven that that's a 4, and a 2. So that's a 4. No 2 going there. And so therefore X has become 3 by magic. I probably could have noticed that that was going to happen in a bunch of cases anyway. Circle has become 1. This is 2. That's a 4 and a 1 and a 2. That's a 3 and a 7. So these are 1 and 9. So this is my 2, 3, 5 triomino. These are not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are 6 and 8. So these are not 6 or 8. That one's not 8. That one's not 4, not 7. Not 7's there. So I need a 1 and a 2 here for sure. I need a 1 and a 2 here, and they're there, because this cell can't be 1 or 2. And so that's the 1 and that's the 2. And so now, in fact, actually, as is pointed out by J40, actually now the absolute minimum this cell can be is 5, but that does make this into a 10 sum, and so we can get rid of that temporary reddening, and we can give it its true reddening. So this is now a 7-9 pair, meaning that's not a 9 or a 5. And so this 7-9 pair means actually that's an 8 and that's a 9, thanks to Sayori's point from much earlier about noticing the 8-9 pair. So this isn't 7 or 9, so it's a 5, and that is an 8. So can clean up a little bit of this. This is just a 1, actually, and the bottom digit of this column is a 3. Yeah, this column still needs a 3. So 1 goes with 2, 7 or 4, 5. Well, it doesn't go with 4, 5, so it is going with 2, 7. Going over there. So these aren't 5 or 8. These aren't 7 or 2 or 3 or 9. That's not a 1. So let's see. I'm going to fill out the rest of this razzmatazz. That one's definitely not a 1. It's not an 8 or a 9 either. So it's not 1, 2, 7 or 2, 3, 5. So this is either 1, 4, 5 or 136. Well, it's not 136 either. So it's not 235, 217, or 136. So therefore, this is 145. And so if that's 145, then this isn't 5. That was disappointing. But it's not 6 or 8 either, and it's also not 7 or 9. So this just is a 2. Okay, so it did do something. It did do nothing. So that's 145. And ergo, this is the only remaining one is the last one here, which is the 136. So we know we've got a 1, a 3, and a 6 in here, and I know that this is 1, 3, or 6. And I know there's no 3 over in this column. Oops, no 3 over in that column. Oh, sorry, there might be a 6, though. This 6-8 pair looks over, so Area is pointing out, giving me a 9 and a 5, which gives me a 4 and a 1, 5. Ron pointing out I have a 4 corner marked in this box, which I can probably place somehow, inexplicably, but true. Do I know what the domino is? I do know what the domino is, don't I? Because it's not 3, 7, 4, 6, or 1, 9. It's 2, 8. So one of these is 2, 8, 2, 8. And then the others are 1, 3, 6. And then these are the digits that aren't any of those. So these aren't 1, 3, or 6, or 2, or 8. And so that is a 9. And these are a 5, 7 pair, making that not a 5, making that a 5 for whatever it is worth. These are definitely not 2, so these are definitely not 8. These are definitely not 3 for whatever it is worth. That has become the 7 and the 9 and the 5 and the 7 as we have gone on over here. I actually know I should fill in that these are a 10 sum because what else is it going to be? That was probably the actual easiest thing. So these sum to 4. So these therefore have to be 6. So it has to be 3, 1, 2. In that order, and that 2 is going to tell me that that is 2 and 8. That's a 1, 6 pair, so that's the 3, giving the 6 and the 8, and the 2 and the 3 over here, and the 1 and the 6 over there, and the 6 and the 8, and the 5 and the 1, and the 9 and the 1. So let's do our due diligence and try and fill in the none box 2 stuff as best we can. So there's a 9 and a 6 and an 8 and a 3 and a 5 and a 7 and a 9 and a 6 and a 4 and a 7. Hey, Kurban, how are you doing? 9, 4. So now I need a little bit of help up here from this box. 6, 9. So that's the 6 down here. 7, 8 looks up, making that a 3. I guess we got to fill in these 2 as well. 7 there, so that is an 8 and a 7 and an 8 and a 7 and an 8. And our bet tree is a 1. So congratulations to all the 1 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. I loved that puzzle, Jay. That was fantastic. Why is that? I guess I've done more 10 lines and more distinction puzzles than most people. I would not have expected that to end up being a 4-star puzzle, but it was a wonderful puzzle, whether it was 3 stars or 4 stars. It was delightful. So very, very awesome setting and super smooth all the way through. It was never unclear what to think about and what to push on. And we got through it. I think if I'd have thought about this line more sooner, we could have gotten through the puzzle faster, but maybe it would have been a little bit more painful. Because it was always the case that it was like, well, this is super restricted, and I could prove something about the numbers of 1s, 2s, and 3s that have to show up in this, but I never felt like I was forced to do that, because there were always other things to look at, so I just didn't. But very cool puzzle. I liked that a lot. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be back in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. Next up, we have a puzzle by Dorlir, who was around helping in the previous puzzle. So let's read these rules, because I saw that they have Skyscraper in the title, so I assume that there's going to be skyscrapers involved, but then they're question marks, so I don't quite know what to do with it, but we'll figure it out once I turn off row column labels, which I can never find. There we go. So we have normal Sudoku rules. We have normal thermo rules, which is that digits go up from the bulb. So this is the smallest number, and then they go bigger as it goes along. Circles outside, clues outside the grid show the sum between the numbers 1 and 9 in that row or column, and at the same time also show how many digits are seen in that direction, with higher digits blocking lower digits. Okay, so a question mark is a double clue for a skyscraper and a sandwich. So that is sensible. Okay. Is there a negative constraint on question marks? All these kinds of clues on the left side and top side are given. Okay, so yeah, we also have a negative constraint. The question marks are just a smidge cut off. 1 second, let me try and grab this. No, that's not the right one. That one. There we go. There we go. Okay, so there we go. So whenever I'm doing a sandwich puzzle, I tend to immediately mark off cells which cannot be 1 or 9. And usually I would use gray, but because gray and thermos look the same color, I'm going to use green instead. So we've got these can't be 1 or 9. And indeed, as Nicholas points out, there's always a 9 living in here somewhere. Because of that. Let's see. What else is it that we can do here? So if this was a 9, then this would be... Okay, so this clue is a minimum of 4, because it definitely sees those. So this is at least a 4. But I mean, a sandwich clue of at least a 4 isn't telling me a whole lot. I think this probably can't be 9, because if this is 9, my sandwich clue is 4. And therefore, I would need to make a sandwich clue of 4, but how am I ever going to make it? It would have to be a length 1, so I'd have to go 9, 4, 1, but I've just put a 1 on a tip of a thermo. It doesn't work. So this is never the 9. So this, I can attest, is always green, which means this can't be 1, because if this was 1, then I would need this to be a minimum of 2, 3, 4, which would be 9, and I can't possibly get a 9 skyscraper. So that's not 1. So the answer is a minimum of 5, and certainly if I don't make this the 1, I'm not getting a positive skyscraper. So that is the 1, indeed. And so we can get our 1 dance. Also, it has become fall here, so we're turning on the heat, so now it smells like a lot of dust. So hooray. Let me get you a 1 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doop, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop, wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop, wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop, wah! Thank you, Zach. Hopefully the heat works. It at the very least successfully makes dust. This can't possibly be the 9, because if this was the 9, again, my sum would be a minimum of 9, and the skyscraper clue is not 9. So that is, in fact, the 9. This is green. So this is a minimum of 2, a minimum of 3, a minimum of 4, a minimum of 5. Oh, actually, sorry, I just know what this is. Oh, I don't quite, right? But I realized that I need a 2 in here, because if I don't use a 2 in here, these sum to a minimum of 7, and the skyscraper clue is a maximum of 6. So there is a 2 in here, And it's 2 with a 3 or 2 with a 4, depending on whether the skyscraper is 5 or 4. Which means that this digit's at least a 3, and this digit's at least a 5. So this is at least a 6, and this is at least a 7. On the other hand, a maximum of 8, 7, 6, 5 actually gives me quite a restricted string of stuff here. So we've got all of that, and now this is a minimum of 4. This is a minimum of 5, for whatever it's worth. Let's see. Oh, people are pointing out that if one of the two digits on a thermo is a 2 and the other is a 3 or a 4, I secretly know the order. That's true. I believe that. Let's see. Oh, we don't have a betting tree. Do you have a recommended betting tree, Dorlir? So one of these two is an 8 for whatever tiny amount that's worth. Oh, right. I definitely can't have a 9 here, Sayori points out, because a 9 here would make the skyscraper glue a 1, but you can't make a sandwich of 1. So this is green. Row 1, column 1 is what Tristan has chosen as the tree, apparently. 5, 6, 7, 8. This would be the other of 3 and 4. I don't understand why this isn't 5. Row 2, column 5 can't be purple. Right. If this was a 9, then this would be a 2. But how would I make a sandwich of 2 given that this was a 9? That wouldn't work. So this is at most 8. Okay. So if this was 5, then this would go 6, 7. And this would need to be 8 or 9, but that would break this cell, is Sayori's point. So yeah, so that's not a 5. I agree. So that is a 3, 4 pair. So this is a 5, 6, 7, 8 sort of number. Let's see. I mean, this is a minimum of 5 for whatever it is worth. And it's not 9. So this is only actually 5, 6, 7, or 8. 8 seems like it would be challenging, but not impossible. Let's see. This can't be a 9 or a 1 if I want to go for really desperate points, because if this was a 9, I would need to make a 2 sandwich, but the 2's already in the column. So really desperate point, that's not a 9. That's true. MicroStudy has a much better point, which is that I'm definitely not putting a 9 here because I'm not making a 1 sandwich, and I'm not putting 9 on an arrow. So the 9 is in one of these two cells down here, and therefore the 9 is in one of these two cells up here. And if the 9 is in one of these two cells up here... Oh, no, sorry. There's not a question mark in that column. Never mind. So where's the 1 in this column is the question. If the 1 in this column is here, that's probably okay. But note my sum of 9 is at most 3 long. So certainly none of these can be 1. Even this, I suspect, can't be 1. But maybe it could. J40 pointing out that regardless, the 1's always on the arrow. That's true. Because I'm not putting the 1 in the arrow circle. So this is 2 or 3. Sorry, 2 and 3 minimum. So this is at least 5, 6. So this is also 5, 6, 7, 8. And so once you realize that this number is already at least 5, it caps off what the maximum the clue can be is. Because the skyscraper is at most 1, 2, and this is already a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the skyscraper is actually at most 6, just by the virtue of the fact that this number is big. Which means it's at most 2 long, but even if that was 1 and that was 9, I could maybe do actually, if that was 1... if that's a 9, okay, so this can't be 9. That's the first corollary. If this is 9, then it would have to go 9, 9 there, 1 there, which would put an 8 there by math. But this is definitely not an 8 skyscraper because as promised, it's at most a 6. So that's definitely a 9. That is the first thing to argue. So this is not a circle. And now, if I don't see any reason... Actually, maybe I do see a reason why this can't be the 1. Because if this is the 1, then we could maybe go 2, 3 at a minimum. But that seems okay. I don't see a problem with it in any event. Why couldn't you do 1, 3, 9 to Michael? 1, 3, 9 seems fine. 1, 2, 3 would be bad for the arrow above it, right? Because this needs a 1, 2, 3 on it. So the minimum sum here, I guess, is 4. And so if the minimum sum here is 4, and I want to put the 1 there, then this could be 4, 2, 1. No, 4, 2, 1 doesn't work. If I try and put the 1 here, it no longer works. Because if I put the 1 here, now I need to make this either 3, 4, which is too big already. Yeah, so this is minimum now 3, 4, which is too big. So the 1 actually has to go here. And that is green. So we've got that. So this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. For whatever medium amount that is worth. Okay. If this is a 4, then that is potentially a problem for this arrow. Is it actually a problem if this is 4, 3, 1? Yes, for a hilarious reason. No. 4, 3, 1. I don't think that works. I don't think this can be a 1. So I don't think this works because of the weird combination of what's going on. If this is a 4, then this is a 3, and this is a 1. And so now where is my 9 going? Well, my 9 can't go on this side because my skyscraper would be a minimum of 7. And on the other hand, the 9 would be over here, so it'd be a maximum of 4. So that's not going to work. So the 9 would have to go exactly here. But if the 9 goes exactly there, what is the Skyscraper. Maybe it's okay. Might work with a 9 exactly there. I don't know. I can't quite disprove it in my head yet. So we'll leave it for now, but we will be sus about it. So okay. Where is the 9 over here? Or is it at all possible the 9 can go over here is, I guess, really my question. We've established the 9 can't go there. Can the 9 go here? And go 9? No, because I would need to go 9, 2, 1, and it would place the 1 in this box. And likewise, the 9 here would have to go 9, 3, 1, and it would place a 1 on top of this, which is a huge problem. So none of these are 9. That's not 9. That's not 9. That's not 9. Ergo, the 9 in this row is over here. And ergo, these two cells aren't crust because they see 1 in the column and 9 in the box. Ditto, these see 1 in the row and 9 in the box, so they are not 9. Also, this is a non-zero number. So it's not non-zero if I make either... Oh, actually, just this entire box. What did I do? Why can't it be 9, 3, 1 here? Because there's a 1 in the box. Oh, could the row start 1, 3, 9? Oh, maybe that could be a 9. I think you're right. I think that could be a 9. These are green, though, regardless. Right. The row could start 1, 3, 9. I agree, regrettably. So the 9 in the row actually has, I guess, this many spots. It has 3 spots to go. Yeah, 1, 3, 9 with a 2 there. Yeah, that just works. You're right. 8 in column 5. There or there or there. Oh, or there. But certainly not here, right? Right. If I put an 8 up here, if I put an 8 there, it makes the skyscraper clue a 2. If I put an 8 here, it makes the skyscraper clue at most a 3. And we know the skyscraper clue is at least as big as 4. So there's no 8s anywhere in there. This being an 8 would make the skyscraper clue an 8. But that's not possible because we've previously argued the skyscraper clue is, because of this 5, at most 1, 2, 6. So in fact, because the skyscraper clue is at most 6, the skyscraper clue is at most 6. So this number is therefore not 6 or 7. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That one's not a 1. While we are at it. So therefore, that's an 8. And that's a 7 and a 6 and a 5, which is pretty awesome. And now we can just count. The skyscraper clue is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The skyscraper clue is 6. And so that's a 4 and that's a 3. Just to make this row work. So this is not a 4. So Sayori's asking about 7 now, because 7's got to be up here somewhere. 7 can't be on the arrow, so 7 is in fact in one of these two. If you see a 7 here, you've got only 2 more digits left to see, which is 8 and 9. And so this is now actually a maximum of 4 because of that 7. Can't put a 7 there. Because that would be too, that would make it 3. So therefore we are in the 7, 4, 3, 1 universe that we have previously discussed. So the universe I was thinking I could maybe disprove is the correct one. So therefore, does that tell me what's going on with this row? Yes, it's telling me that I can't put the 9 over here. So in fact, I have to put the 9 there. People pointing out this is a 2, 5 because I've used 1, 6, and 3, 4. So this is some other remaining number. This is a 6. This is the 6 for the column. Good. 6, 7, 8, 9. Sounds like 4 to me. Is Jennifer saying I screwed up row 8? It looks to me like what Jennifer is suggesting is actually still in lining up with what I have. Right. This is a minimum of 5. So this is certainly 5, 6, 7, or 8. But I already know the 3 and the 1 are gone. So it's actually a maximum of 7. But actually, even if you think about it, there's an 8 over here somewhere. Even if the 8 is there, that's a maximum of 5 for this row. So that has to be a 5. Good spot, Jennifer. And so now the 8 has to be here or I break this. And so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is not a 6 or a 7. Yep, so that is exactly what it is. So great spot to Jennifer. So these are some sorts of numbers of some description. Let's figure out what kind of description. Yep, those look like numbers to me. I agree. These are all green, and these are all green. MicroStudy would like some greening. I will give you some greening. One of these two is a 9. But if one of these two is a 9, it means the skyscraper is at most 3, which means that it needs to be a 1-cell skyscraper, making that a 9. But now this number needs to be at most 3, so it needs to be a 2, which now means that this is probably going to have to be an 8, but maybe not. So let us fill this in. So that is now green, and it is 3, 4, or 8. It's certainly not 8, because if this was 8, then that would be 5, and the skyscraper clue wouldn't be 2. But if this is 5 and that's a 3 or a 4, I think that's fine. Can write in those as well. But I don't know that it's going to do an enormous amount of good right away. Let's see. Nine in column 7. Oh, right. There's a 1 in column 7 and a clue here, so the 9 can't be too far away. The 9 certainly can't even be this far away, because, again, these would sum to a minimum of 9. But if the 9 is there, the skyscraper clue for the column is not 9. So the 9 actually just has to be here for the column, which is going to get MicroStudy some more greening. It's going to place the 9 in one of these two cells over here, just by sudoku. This is certainly at most 6. And it's not 1, 2, or 4, or 5. And 6 is actually impossible because the 4 can't possibly be seen. So this actually is just definitely a 3, making that a 4. So no 4s over there. There's a 3 up here somewhere, sure. Let's see. Oh, ha 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 ha. Yes, sorry. I thought this was the 139 people were talking about, but there's more 139 because that can't be a 9, so that's a 9. And that's a 1, and now this just is a 139, as people are pointing out. So that's a 2. That has become a 9. Very nice spotting to folks. So the bet tree is not a 1 or a 9. Apologies to crust betters everywhere. This, remember, needs to be a 3. So I need this to be bigger than the biggest thing that I see in any of these cells. So this cell needs to be a 7 or an 8. Oh, and it can't be a 7. So this cell needs to be an 8. And these can't... Sorry, these can be 1, 8 or 2, 5, right? Sorry, 1, 8. 1, 8 doesn't sound good. 1, 6 or 2, 5. Oh, neither of these things can be 6, apparently. So it is 2, 5. And that's the 5 and the 2. And the 2 and the 5. And these are green. And this has become a 6. So these are not 6. So that places... Oh, no, I was going to say it places the 5 in this box, but it does not do that thing that I said. But this box has some numbers in it left to place, which seem to be 1, 4, and 8, and a 3 that needs to go there. Not quite Kurobon, because there's a negative constraint on question marks, which I am terrified of. But I'm relying on chat to tell me what thing randomly breaks a negative constraint on question marks. These are not 1 or 4, and hence they are green, for sure. Column 7, I am being told, is done. So we go 7, 6, 5, 2, 6, 5, 7. This isn't 5. It's not 8 either because of the thermobubble bulb. I cannot say thermobulb today, apparently. There we go. I got it much better that time. That's a 5. Let us deck these in markings. Okay, so these are 4, 6, 7. So that makes that an 8 and a 6. That a 4 and a 2. These are 4, 6, 7. So that's a 5, and that's a 3. So we've got all of that. So these are... Oh, well, this is a 4 because it's between a 3 and a 5 and a thermo. I can inform you. It's a 1 and a 4. So let's smatter these with pencil marks too. So this is an 8 and a 1, which makes it purple, which makes that a 7 and an 8. Makes that a 2. I, by the way, see people's negative constraint comments. I'm waiting to use them because I'm curious how many solutions this would have without the negative constraint. Just because we haven't used the negative constraint yet, so I'm sort of waiting on completing the negative constraint. So let us fill in all of this stuff and see if we reach a point where we're sure we have done everything we possibly can. So this isn't a 4 anymore. That's not a 4 anymore. So column 9 is not a 13 skyscraper. Yes, we have to now use the negative constraint on 13 skyscrapers. That's really going to help there. We can place the 3 in row 1. That's a good spot. We can look at... Yeah, I think this is probably as far as we're going to get without the negative constraint. At least very close to it, because like this would be 4, 7, or 8. Sorry, 4, 7, or 8, and it's not a 4. Oh, this is always crust. That's true. This is always crust. Uh, so if this was crust, that would be fine. See, I'm being told this can't be 8. Ah, right, because if this was 8, it would put a 1 here, which would make the skyscraper for this column 2. 2. Okay, so this is where we need the negative constraint, and so that will give me a 4, a 7, a 6, a 4, a 1. A green, that will be green. This will be 9. The bet tree is an 8. Congratulations to all the 8 betters. That'll be a 6. This will be a 1. That will be green. This will be green. This will be purple. This will be green. And this will be purple. So 1, 7, 9, 7, 8, 1. Very nice puzzle, Dorlir. That was very cute. We should check if row 4 is a 7 skyscraper. Indeed, it's a remarkable amount of symmetry for a grid. Yeah, very cool. I liked that. Is row 9 a 17 skyscraper? That is an important question. What about row 3? I feel like row 3, since this is such a big clue, I feel like it would be really easy to miss if this was a 24 skyscraper or whatever. 22. Alrighty. I am going to take a quick break, stretch, and I'll be back with another puzzle. So see you all very soon. All right, welcome back. Next up, we get to do the original nabneR puzzle, continuing. I'm trying to move the grid back so that it looks reasonably centered. There we go. Next up, we are going to do the original nabneR puzzle. So continuing along the line through our journey. Through my past puzzles. So we're still pretty far in the deep past, and you can tell how far we are in the deep past that I used region sumline blue for a random blue puzzle. Yes, this is before they became gold. And the reason why I couldn't use this blue is, of course, because this blue is basically the region sumline color, but this was before region sumlines were a big thing. So when I set this, that was not true. Okay, but these are nabneRs with the standard rules for nabneRs. If you've been paying attention to the whole nabneR thing lately, by the way, I'm going to throw a bet tree up here. Which is to say that on a blue line, which you can also call a gold line if you like, you cannot repeat digits, and you can't have any pair of consecutive digits. I will say in advance that this is one of my favorite of my puzzles, and one of my favorite Simon videos to go back and watch of my old puzzles, because Simon really sort of like completely gets everything after being quite mystified by it. So it is near and dear to my heart. But as a starting point, I think we need to think about these cells, which I will make green and purple. And so the first thing to think about, and so it's interesting because I have not seen a nabneR puzzle that was a coloring puzzle in like I guess 2 to 10ths was, but the original nabneR puzzle is absolutely a coloring puzzle. And so the point is, where does green go in this box? Not on a nabneR with green, and not on a nabneR with purple, and not in a column with green. So green definitely goes in one of these cells. And now we have to ask where purple goes in box 2. And now purple can't go on a nabneR with green. Can't go on a nabneR with green, can't go on a nabneR with itself, and so purple's actually placed there. And so now where does purple go in this box? Purple can only go on this nabneR. And so where does green go in this box? And the answer is there. Which is sort of step 1 of the break-in here. This is one of those ones where I remember the... I remember this logic so clearly because this took me a long time to find. People pointing out that's not purple. Though the question here now actually is, what kind of number is purple? Because within this box, none of these cells can be consecutive with purple. which means that purple can only have one digit that is consecutive with it, and therefore purple has to go and be 1 or 9. And so if purple is 1 or 9, well, it's not 9 because it's in a box with a 9. And so purple is 1. Worth noting, by the way, this followed immediately after, if you were watching a couple streams back, I did Stingray, which was a puzzle where I made you do the entire Renbon puzzle without disambiguating 1 and 9. And at the end, I couldn't really give a good justification for why I had made people do that. And I watched some people who I think would have had more fun with the puzzle if I had not made them do that. And so I decided in this puzzle, although I originally set this so that you could do this whole puzzle without disambiguating 1 and 9 until the end, I decided I'd make a version of it where it was disambiguated right away after you got the point. So anyway, so that is the story of how this happened. So that's a 2, and that's a 2, and of course these aren't 2s. There's a 2 along here. That's a 1. Oh, I guess I should do a 1 dance, shouldn't I? We missed the 1 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo, wah! Ba-doop-ba-doo, wah! Ba-doop-ba-doo, wah! Ba-doop-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo, wah! I think I've always been a very kind setter. But I think one thing that really helped me become a kinder setter was doing a lot of submitting my puzzles to Ranks stream, and having Ranks look completely tortured by what you did in a puzzle is a good motivation to not do that in future puzzles. So I feel like a lot of how I became a better setter was just through like watching Ranks solve the majority of the puzzles that I made. Okay, so the 2s look down here and give me a very relevant 2 down here. And so the 1 in this box is not allowed to go anywhere on here. I really wonder, by the way, what this would be rated on LMD if it came out today. Because this was, and I want to double check, this is a 5-star puzzle on LMD, by the way. Which I just do not believe it would be today. So 1 in this box now doesn't go with a 2. So the 1 goes over here. So the 1s go here. Now, 3 in this box, as MicroStudy points out, is pretty interesting because 3 can only live over here. Oops, sorry, 3 can only live over here because it can't go on a nabneR with 2, and all of these nabneRs have 2. And so 3 in this box is here. Because it can't go in a nabneR with 2 either, and it can't go in that nabneR with 2 either. So these are a 1-3 pair. And so let's see. So what are we going to do now? Let's ask myself. Yeah, so there's a 3 in this column as well. Same story there. I know this goes over here. Garion did the nabneR thing. Yes. Okay, yes. So this was definitely not the way I thought about it at the time. But if you have done Cascade or some other assorted nabneR puzzles, this nabneR now beautifully just sudokologically doesn't have a 1 or a 9 on it, and so it doesn't have any choice but to be 2, 4, 6, 8. Because that's just the only digits that you can pick that will be far enough apart. And right, this can't be a 2, because if this was a 2, this would need to be a 1 or a 4, except this sees every even digit, so it's not that. So this can only be a 3 with a 6. And so that is a 2, 1 with a 3. These are not 6s, so they're 4 and 8. This box doesn't have much left, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, that one's not a 4, for sure. In fact, this one's not an 8 either, because, again, it sees the 4-8 pair, so I should remember the things that I have said out loud. Hey, Josh, I hope you're doing well. Okay. So now... if this is an 8, it doesn't work. So this was the intended logic here, is that if this is 8, the world has a problem, which is that if this is 8, I can't put 7 and 9 in row 5. Because this digit, it needs the 2 digits that are consecutive with it. Where do they need to go? They need to go there and there, because this digit, remember, is on this line too. And this isn't a 1 or a 9, so its 2 consecutive digits need to go here and here, and so therefore this is a 4, and that's a 5. That's an 8. These aren't a 4 and a 5. So there's definitely a 7 up there, which means there's a 5 here, which means they are 4 and 7. This is a quad now. In that quad, these are definitely not 7. Oh, this is just a quad. So this line is no longer doing a whole lot. 1, 4, 7, 9. This triple might be interesting, actually, because remember, it's not 4 or 7. So I do indeed need a 3, a 5, or a 6, and an 8 or a 9. Oh, but the 5 is definitely over here, just by sudoku. So the 6 isn't. And so there's a 6 in one of those 2 cells. Meaning there's definitely not a 6 there, for example. Let's see. These digits are also something. They come from 2, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, this certainly isn't an 8, because if this was an 8, it would make that a 7. Good spot. So this is only 6 or 9 now. If this was a 9, it would more complicatedly make this an 8, which is also a problem. So this just is a 6. The complicated thing was if this was a 9, it would make that a 7, which would then make that an 8. So there's a 6 on the line, so there's not a 7. So that is an 8. That's a 9. That's a 7. Let's see. This is only now 1, not 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this is only a 1. There's nothing else that it could be, just nabneR logically. There's got to be a 2 in one of these cells, or these are a 6, 7 pair, which is a real problem. And that 2 there tells me that's not a 1 or a 3. So these have actually become a 1, 3 pair. So these are a 3, 5, 8. These are a 2 with a 6 or a 7. This quadruple, remember, doesn't have a 1 or a 3 in it. And up here, I can't use both the 4 and the 5. So this needs to be a 4 or a 5. And the 2 and the 9 are up here. Okay, so let's see. So what is this digit? It's not 1, 2, 3. Nor is it 4 or 5. So this is 6 or 7 only. Those are the only options. Let's see. I guess 8 in this column is definitely down here because it doesn't go on a nabneR line with a 9. And so if 2 and 8 are here, that really restricts what can go here because I can't put 1, 2, 3 on here other than the 2 and the 8. I can't put 1, 2, 3. And I also can't put 6, 7, 8. So it's only 2, 8, and 2 numbers from 4, 5, 6. But those 2 numbers had better be 4 and 6. Or we have a very big problem. But of all of those numbers, this one can only be 6 because of that. So so there we go. There's 2, 4, 8. 5 is placed in box 8. That's right from dweb, because that 5 looks over and says those aren't 5, so that is 5, which says that's the 6 over here. 6 in this row has got to be in one of these 2 cells for what it is worth. And so 6 in this row is now placed because we've got to place a 6 somewhere and it's not there or there. This digit is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is an 8 or a 9. Oh, sorry, not 8. It's not an 8 either. So this is uniquely a 9, making that a 4. Let's see. There is no 5 up there anymore. So 6 and 7 are both fine, I think, for this. Let's see. We can certainly clean this up. So these aren't 2, 4, or 8. They are from 5, 6, or 7. But this had better be the 6, because if this is a 7, these are a 5, 6. That doesn't sound good. So that's a 6. These are a 5, 7. So these aren't 7. It's a 3 with an 8 or a 9. Oh, and it's not a 9, because the 9's over there, of course. So there we go. So this digit can't be a 2 or a 3 or a 4 or a 5 by Sudoku. It could be a 6 only, because it can't be 7, 8, or 9, because there's a 9 on it. So it's just a 6. So that's a 6. Dorlir says row 1, column 5 is... Oh, okay, so Dorlir was saying this thing. Let's see. Okay, so... so Manu is looking at these options. So these numbers need to come from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, because we've already got the 1, 3 there. But 6 and 9 are gone, so we definitely need a 5. I am being told that that is the last 6 in the grid. Let's see. So there's a 5 over in one of these 2 cells, just by Sudoku, I see. Let's see. So where are 5 and 7 in this row? Well, there's the 5. The 7 in this row... Oh, actually, these are 7, 9. I see. These are 7 and 9, just by math. So that is a 7, and that is a 9. Excuse me. So the 7 in this row needs to be over here because it can't go with a 6. So now this nabneR probably needs a 5, because if it doesn't have a 5, I have to make a length 4 nabneR with no 5, 6, or 7. So I could have an 8 or a 9. Yeah, that doesn't work. Because I can't have 6 or 7 on this nabneR. So I absolutely need a 5. Otherwise, I have to pick 4 from 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8, 9. And that doesn't work. So that's got to be a 5. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And so I need both 1 and 3 on here is the point. Because if I don't have both 1 and 3 on here, I can't get to the appropriate number. So if I need both 1 and 3, that has to be the 1, because the 1 can't go anywhere else. And that sorts out where the 3 is going to go, which is there. Oh, 9 is on the line by Sudoku, Jennifer is telling me. 9 is on the line by Sudoku, yes. So 9 is there, just purely Sudoku-logically. Good spot. Let's decorate up all of this stuff. So let's see. So I know this isn't a 7 because I've already corner marked the 7 over there. I don't remember how I corner marked the 7 over here. Oh, it was because of row 7 that the 7 went there. So that's a 4. So that is not a 4 anymore. So that is a 7 and a 3 and a 1 and a 4 and an 8 and a 3. So these are not 4. That is not an 8. That's not a 4 because there's definitely not a 4 on a nabneR line that features a 3. That being a 7 or 8 tells me that can't be a 7. Because that would be a problem with my nabneR line. So we've got all of that. I could probably do some squiggles over here and mark it. So there's no 7s going on in here. That I know is not a 5 for what it's worth. Let's see. Right. There's definitely a 3 in here, Sayori points out, because 3 in this row needs to go over there. And if there's definitely a 3, then where does 4 go in this row? Only there. So no 4s going there. And no 2s going here. So now where does 2 go in this row? There, making that an 8 and a 7 and a 2 and an 8. Making that a 4. Making these a 5-7 pair, making that a 2. So this was a 6, 1, 3, 8 sort of line. Oops. 5 and 8 go away. So this box is now resolved by that 8, making this not a 9, so it's a 5, making that a 7 and a 5, making that a 4 and a 9, making that a 7 and a 9. Making these 2, 4. And so now in row 1, what do we have left? 3, 5, and 8 to go in. This is just a 7 and a 9, making that a 1 and a 9. Making that not a 7. So this is a 2 or a 4. And as soon as there's a 2 or a 4, I am not allowed to have a 3. So those have become a 5-8 pair, meaning I'm not allowed to have a 4. So this had better be a 2 and a 4 and a 2 and a 4. 7 and 2, 5 and 7. 8 and 5. 3 and 8 and 5. 1 and 3 and 8. And our betting tree is a 3. So congratulations to all the 3 bettors. This was Anims before there were solution check-in puzzles, so we can't do that. But there we go. It lived up to my memory. Certainly, there are a lot of steps in this that are a lot easier once you've done a bunch of nabneR puzzles. Because there were a lot of things that I really had to think about when I was setting this, because I had not done this. But 3 pandering for the CTC feature, possibly. You never know. Let's see. This was the first puzzle to call it nabneR, and this puzzle was published on the 4th of July in 2021. So from July 2021. I should say, by the way, that I'm well aware that before that, Bastien Valjean had non-consecutive lines. A few people have pointed out, but those didn't have the no repeat rule. Hey, Niverio. So it's not, I mean, it's not a very original idea, I feel like, like, this is definitely not something where I feel like I quote unquote invented it, per se. Like, I wrote it down, but I think there's, this was bound to happen. Alrighty. I had thought that my next puzzle that I was going to do was going to be my Renbon nabneR combo puzzle, which I'm excited to see how much I like or dislike after having done all of this. But in fact, when I get to my next puzzle, it's actually, I think, a pure between lines puzzle. Oh no, sorry, it is a between lines irregular Kropke puzzle, apparently. So you can look forward to me doing a between lines irregular Kropke puzzle that I never published on LMD. So you can imagine what that will be like, and how many times chat will say law of leftovers. But we could do that. And I just saw that I'm not that many puzzles away. In fact, actually, the puzzle, so it goes irregular Kropke between lines into forwards backwards, which is the nabneR Renbon puzzle. And then the next one after that is 2D wave particles. So we can look forward to 2D wave particles. So anyway, we'll save those for a different day. Maybe slow down the dispersing of my puzzles so we can put off 2D wave particles for as long as possible. But we will take just a short break, and then we'll come back with a puzzle not by me. So I will see you all very shortly. All right, welcome back, everyone. Next up, we have a Thermo Killer puzzle by Niverio that looks somewhat ominous, and I'm going to guess there's going to be an anti-king or anti-knight thing that I missed when I skimmed the rules the first time. I saw Niverio around. Does Niverio have a bet tree, or did Niverio disappear? It's also possible. Niverio is vibrating, indeed. How far did I make it in the one puzzle before I realized it was anti-king? It was a very long time. For sure. Now that I'm looking at this, this almost looks like a set puzzle, but I don't think it's going to turn out to be a set puzzle, but who knows? It could turn out to be a set puzzle. Let's see. Good night, Menu. Sleep well. So there's some interesting tension here where like a 20 cage is going to need 2 7 8 9s. And so the point is that this digit can be at most 6, I think. Because of that, because I can't eat up all the 7 8 9s. So this is at most 6 5 4. Now over here, my oh, no. Sorry, I miscounted. Sorry, I claimed something that was not true. Which is that I claimed that all of them into that. What is actually true is all of them involve exactly 2 of 6, 7, 8, 9. So you actually have to back up to here to get that this is therefore at most 5, and this is at most 4. And we get exactly the same thing over here, but with 1, 2, 3, 4s. That we need 2 1, 2, 3, 4s here. So this can't be 1, 2, 3, or 4. This is at least 4. And this is at least 5, and this is at least 6. Okay. I understand now the point. The point is about this cell. It's I was thinking this was about careful accounting of how many. I was trying to make this into a problem about virtual triples, but this is actually not a problem about virtual triples. This is a problem about where orange goes in this box. Namely, where orange goes in this box is it goes over here. And then where orange goes in this box is it goes in the 20 cage. And so the point of all of this is that orange has to be a digit that can go in a 20 cage, which means it's only a 3 or a 4. And there is a similar joke with this yellow, where we can say yellow goes up there. So yellow goes in the 11 cage. Actually, that's not going to be interesting at all, right? Because yellow is small and has to be able to fit in an 11 cage. Rewind. We're not thinking about yellow. Someone wasn't convinced about my argument here. I'm just going to delete that and think about it later if I have to. So now we have to really good lift this thermo because we said this cell is at most 5, but it's also at least 4. And so now when I look at this, in this column now, we have all numbers. Well, where are 1 and 2 in this column? Let's start with that. 1 and 2 in this column are definitely down here. So that already puts more pressure on this than I previously had noticed, because now this is a minimum of 3. So this is so if this is a 4, these are a 1, 2, 3 triple. I think that's going to be a problem. Because if this is a 4, then there are no numbers lower than 4 here. There's a 4 in the 20 cage, so there's not a 3 in the 20 cage. So unless you put it with a 13. So if this is a 4, these are a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple, and this has got to be at least 5. And then it ending up in the 11 cage, it's maybe not itself a problem, but the fact that these would be 5, 6, 7, 8 at minimum seems potentially problematic. Why would that be a problem? Trying to understand why that would be a problem. It doesn't sound good. All I'm saying is it doesn't sound good. So Garion points out that means that unconditionally this cell is at least 4, because if this was 3, that would be 4, and then these would be a 1, 2, 3 triple, and that's a problem. So this is 4, 5, 6, at least. And so this is a minimum of 5, a minimum of 6, and a minimum of 7, actually. For whatever that is worth. Okay, yeah, and this is, by our earlier argument. Somehow I deleted my oranging argument. Wait, maybe, no, sorry, I didn't quite. If this is if this was, if this was a 7, then I would have to use 5, 6, 9 here. What's wrong with using 5, 6, 9 here? And 4 something something? I don't quite see the problem yet. Let's see. Oh, it has no orange. Right. Okay, so the point is, orange being in the 20 cage tells me that this is not the 20 cage, and this is not the 20 cage. And so the 20 cage does indeed definitely have a 9, and has a 7 or 8 to go with it. And so therefore, this can't be a 7 or higher, because if it was, that would claim 2 of the 7, 8, 9s. And we need another 7 or 8, 9 here. So so this is at most 6, but it's at least 5. So it's only 5 or 6. And therefore, this is 6, 7, or 8 to go with. If I did that right. Yeah, this has to be 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay. And I know there's a 7 or 8 here. So is it interesting to note this digit definitely has to show up over here? Because if this digit goes here, it's in the 20 cage, and this digit definitely can't be in the 20 cage. So for whatever it's worth, this digit shows up there. That sounds like it's the sort of thing that would be maybe interesting, but I don't know that it actually is. Okay, so Sayori has a good point, which is, where are 3 and 4 in this row? And if this was a 4, then that would cause these to be a 3-4 pair. 3 and 4 would both go in the 11 cage. But 3 plus 4 is 7. Plus 4 is 11. That doesn't work. That's really sneaky. So this can't actually be a 4 at all, which means this is actually a minimum of 6. This is actually a minimum of 7. This is actually a minimum of 8. And this 5 or 6 is the only 5 or 6 that is in this cage, and because this 5, 6 definitely goes in the cage, and so this needs to be an 11 cage with a 5 or a 6, which these are not. So yes, we've got that. Yeah, so 7, 7, 8, 8, 9 is the proper good lifting of that. Let's see. Okay, so nabneR is pointing out, yeah, in fact, saying a similar thing to what Sayori was, which is that these two both have to end up in this cage. And this also shows up along there. I don't know if I can quite leverage that for anything yet. So there has to be exactly 1, 1, or 2 in this cage. So this has to be 1 or 2. Because I need to put both 1 and 2 in row 9. And by, like, fireworky stuff, this has to be a 1 or a 2, because I can only put one of them in this cage. So this is definitively a 1 or a 2, for whatever that is worth. The low digit in this 9 cage is in one of those two cells, for whatever that's worth. No, 3 could go in the 11 cage if it's 2, 3, 6. And 1 can go in the 11 cage if it's 1, 4, 6. One and 2 in row 1 is being pointed out. nabneR is also, well, it's also quite restricted because the 9 being here means the 2 isn't with the 11, and I guess I could barely manage to put a 2 there if I put a 1 there, but if I put a 1 there, no. If I put a 1 here, it's going to force the 1 to be up there. That doesn't work either. So actually, 1 and 2 in this row are up here by similar logic. Selena's arguing that there's always a 3 over here, but I don't understand the argument for why one of these can't be 3. If one of these is... Oh, right. Because if one of these is 3, that's 4, and these are a 1, 2, 3 triple. So that being the 1, 2 is the key. Because as soon as this is a 1, 2, I've ruled 3 out of these because of our earlier argument. So yeah, so if this is a 4, then these are a 1, 2, 3. Otherwise, this is a 3. And so therefore 3 in this box is actually in one of these 3 spots only. And so therefore 3 in this row is down here, and therefore we know that this is 2, 3, 6. It's the only combination that involves a 3. And if those are 2, 3, 6, then these are 1, 8, or 4, 5. For whatever that is worth. That 6 looks over and gets us our first digit of 7. And so I am going to bring out Zach for the 7. Oh, and Jays has also made a donation to say thank you for the streams. I really enjoy interacting with you and your viewers. Thank you so much, Jays. It's been great having you around chat, and thank you so much for the donation. Let's get a donation 7 dance. Woo! Woohoo! Waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that goes 7, 8, 9. So these are a triple of something, something, something. Not 2, 3, or 6. And these aren't 1. So those are a 4, 5 pair, which actually makes that a 6 and makes that a 3. And makes this the version of this cage with a 3, which is 3, 8, 9. So I can get rid of all of my colors now. So those are never going to be 3 now. And so, oh, row 9, column 1 is now 1, right? Because the 2, 3, 6 looks over at it. So one of these is a 2. And 8 and 9 in this box are hidden here, actually. Because there's nowhere else for 8 and 9. This puzzle looked like that was going to be the kind of thing I was going to be doing. And so these digits are not 4 or 5, and they're not 8 or 9 either. So these are a 2, 7 pair, meaning that's not a 7. And these are 8, so that's not an 8 either. So this is 6, 5, 4. Sorting all of that out. So this is not 3, 8, and it's not 2, 9. So these are 4, 7, or 5, 6. That one's not a 6. That one's not a 5, for whatever it's worth. Oh, good night, Nell. See you Sunday. For those of you who missed the announcement, Nell is going to be guest starring on the stream on Sunday, which should be fun. Okay. So Sayori is pointing out this digit is at most 7, because 8 and 9 are going in the box. And therefore, this digit's at most 6, but actually there's a 6, 5, 4. So this digit's actually only a 2 or a 3. This digit's only a 1 or a 2. Any prayer, I could do something like that over here. This digit, I guess, is at most a 6, so this digit's at most a 5. That's maybe not as exciting. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's some geometry trick, because how many 1, 2, 3s do I need in one of these cages? Do I only need 1, 1, 2, 3? I seem to only need 1, 1, 2, 3 in a 13 cage, which is annoying, because I was hoping that this had to appear in the 13 cage, because that couldn't, but I don't think that's true. I can only just let this be a 1 or a 2, because if this is a 1 or a 2, they make a 1, 2 pair, and this has to be exactly 3, 4, 6, which would make that a 6, and that a 3, 4 pair, I guess. It feels like I'm probably off the path of what Niverio wants me to be thinking about at this point. Let's see. Paulfly says this can only be 8 or 9. Because this is a minimum of 3, 4, 5, 6. So, but I doubt it could be 3, 4, 5, 6. Because if this was 3, 4, 5, 6, then I would break the 11 cage because I need a 4 or a 5 in it. And so, in fact, this cell's minimum 7, but there's a 7 in the column, so this is an 8 or a 9. So, we've got that. Oh, that is a really smart spot, Sarah. Where do 1 and 2 go in row 3? Well, not there. Certainly not there. Not in a box with a 1 and a 2. So there's a 1, 2 hidden pair in those cells, which is snazzy. It's the sort of thing that you'd think would do something. But so people seem to want me to good lift this thermo to death with the 11 cage. This seems like not what Niverio would want me to do with my life, but we can try. So if this is as big as 5, then we get too many things from 6, 7, 8, 9, but I just need to avoid hitting both 6 and 7. I can't hit 6 and 7 here, because if I hit 6 and 7, it'll be a problem. Oh, this can't be 8. That's the key. That's the thing that lets us good lift this, is that this can't be 8. So this is at most 7, and therefore this is at most 5, is what people are saying. Because, again, I can't make these a 6, 7. And so this being at most 7 makes this at most 5, which makes this at most 4. So this is only a 3 or a 4. This is only a 4 or a 5. This can be a 5, 6, or 7, and then that's an 8 or a 9. So I don't think I can hit 4, 5 either. I think 4, 5 also wipes this. So this can't actually be a 5, because that would also break the 11 cage. So that works. And now Sayori is saying, where does this cell go in this box? And the answer is in one of these two, but whichever one it is, it makes this a 3 or a 4, because it's at least a 3 and at most a 4. Now that I need a 3, 4 here. So that is a 3 or a 4, and these two are the same, is a good spot. So this is 1 or 2. This is 2 or 3. That's 3 or 4. That's gotten me a 1, 2 pair in the row and a 2, 3 pair in this row. Oh, right. They don't have to be the same. Sorry. You're right. They don't have to be the same. Those two could be the same. This is still true, though, which gets me that these aren't 2 or 3. If they weren't 1 either, these would be a minimum of 4, 5, which is 9. Yeah, there's just no 2 in the cage at all, I guess, because of the 1, 2 and the 2, 3. So that's a good spot. Right. And so the only way to not use a 1 is 3, 4, 6, but this cage cannot be 3, 4, 6 because these cells can be neither 3 nor 6. So the cage indeed needs a 1. And so if the cage indeed needs a 1, then that is a 2. This is not a 1 or a 2 anymore. That is a 1. That is a 3, a 1 and a 2, and a 2. These are a 1, 2 pair now. That is not a 1 anymore. And so this can be 1, 3, 9, 1, 4, 8, or 1, 5, 7. Sure, why not? Sounds good to me. This is not a 2. Yeah, there needs to be a 6 up here, but it can go in any of these places. This cell's a minimum of 5, I guess. But it can't be 6. That's still a bajillion options. Okay, Paul Fly's pointing out that this cell is this cell now. which is true. So that cell is 2, 3, 6, 1, 4, 5, or 8. But there are lots of those digits it can't be. So for example, it's not 1, 2. It's not 4 either. It's not 8 because 8 would be way too far down the... Wait, yeah, I can't start a thermo with an 8. If this was 6, I'm going to guess the thermo is going to break in some way. If this was 6, this would be 7, 8, 9. Why is that broken? I do not know, but I'm sure it is something. Screaming Ice Cube pointing out that digit is a 2 just by sudoku. So these digits are, well, those are from 7, 8, 9. One of these is a 1. So that places a 1 here in this box. If this is a 6, these become 7, 8, 9. So this becomes 4, 5. So that becomes 2 and 1. Why can't I put the 2 down there? Oh, right. Because if orange is 6, this cell is orange. Right. Right. And so, yeah, so this cell can't be 6 is the point. Right. Because if this cell is 6, that cell is 6. These are a 4 or 5. These are 7, 8, 9. And now I have to put 1 and 2 in these cells, and I can't. Right. Because it's orange is the reason. And so we will get rid of that. So these are a minimum, though, of 4, 5, 6. Well, this can't be a 5, so this is 6. This is 7. At minimum. Does one of these have to be 3 for some reason? I don't know. Probably. I don't even know if it would be useful to me if I knew that. So either this is 3 or these are a 4, 5 pair. Oh, this can't be 3 either for exactly the same reason. If this is 3, then... oh, never mind. Sorry. This is 3, that's 3, but this would be 1, 8. Oh, that's so close to being interesting. I don't think it is, but it's close to being. I guess I can mark that there's a 9 in this column over here. Because I've got to put a 9 somewhere. Okay. I do need to fit 7, 8, and 9 in this box. For whatever that is worth. Box 5 does have a 1 looking left. So that's a 1. So that's a 7, 8, 9 triple in the column. So that's not a 7. And this is a 4, 5, or 6. So one of these is a 7 because the box needs to have a 7. So that's not a 7. One of these is a 7. So we've got all of that. This being a 7 would be interesting. Okay, if these are a 5, 6, then that's a 4 and that's a 7. Right, and this 4, 5 specifically goes in one of these two cells. It joins the 7. So this is also 4, 5, or 7, I suppose I could say if I want. And one of these two really is 6. Okay. Let's see. Sayori is saying something about this being a 3. Makes row 3, column 8 a 5. Then 5 goes in the 9 cage, and 3 goes in there, and then breaks 1, 2. Is that the one that Sayori, or sorry, that Niverio thought was the elegant way to think about this? That does not sound like the elegant way to think about this to me. I'd believe it, but it sounds messy. So if this is a 3, then that's a 5. And so this being a 5 forces this to be 4, 5, because we need to put orange down there. And it forces that to be a 2. So that's a 1 and a 2. And that's a 3 in this assumption. So what was the problem again? I don't I don't think this is the right way to think about this. We got the 9 corner mark in box 3 from the fact that 9 has to go in this column. Oh, right. 9 could go there, right? This 9 corner mark is completely bogus. Because of that. Why would, in the universe where this cell is 3, mekD, this ends up being a 3? Oh, I guess it does. It does. Okay. So if this is 3, the point is as follows. It doesn't have anything to do with this being 5. If this is 3, then 3 in this box goes in this column, which means 3 goes there. Which now means that this is a 1, 8, because I need a 1 in the column, because I need a 1 or a 2. But then I don't have any spots for 5. So yeah, I guess it does sort of, it's a messy entwining of these two. But this can't be 3. It's not as elegant as the rest of the puzzle, in my opinion, the way that we just did that, but that's okay. So that's a 4 and a 7. That's a 6. That's a 5 and a 6. That's a 3 and a 4. So that's a 4 and a 5 over there. That's not a 3. So 3, 8, 9. Oh, and it's only 8 or 9, because now that's got to be a 3 just by sudoku. So that is 8 or 9. That's not a 3. It's a similar version of the earlier reasoning, but I think it's a more convoluted version of the earlier reasoning. Unless I'm misunderstanding something, which is eminently possible, I would definitely believe that. Yes, orange is 3. That's true. I agree. So that's a 5. That's a 6 and a 2 and a 3. A 1 and a 2. And so now the 1 is in this cage, in the column, because of that 1 being there. So 1 and 8. So 3, 4, 5, Uh, uh, oh, 4 is just placed in the column. That will help. Why did I believe this couldn't be 5? Was that wrong that this couldn't be 5? Oh, no, it's not. It can't be 5 because of sudoku. Okay. So got that. 7, column 6. Oh, right. This is only a 6. I mean, I feel like Niverio, that just goes with my statement that it was a less elegant version of the earlier reasoning. Is that it was sort of like the earlier reasoning, but with an extra step or whatever. I mean, not every version of the reasoning in a puzzle can be the most elegant, as I think I would say that the step in Cascade when you did it, which was the step, was the less elegant version of the same reasoning. So this is a 7 or a 9, because there's an 8 in the box. 8 in this column is definitely up here for whatever that is worth. Let's see. 5 in column 9 now. 5 in column 9 can only go in one of these places, and it's there. 5. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so this cage doesn't have a 2, and it doesn't have a 6. Let's see. If it has a 9, it's there. It's definitely got a 1. Okay. Oh, 4 is placed in box 5. 4 is placed in box 5. That's true. So it's not that one. So, oh, and there's a 5 in the box. Good Lord. Okay, there's a 5 in the box. So it is 1, 3, 9. I agree. So that is the 9, the 1, and the 3. So that is not a 9. These are 8, 7, 6, which is going to give us 9, 7, 8. This not being 7 means it is a 9, which means our corner mark earlier was wrong. So we've got some various pencil marks to fill in around here. 3, 7, 2, 8, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Sometimes Sudoku pad lags, and then bad things happen. 7, 8, 2, 9, 8, 9, 8, 7. Let us fill in these. So that is a 6 and a 7 and a 9. So this can no longer be 6, so it must be 7. And these two are 5 and 6, making that a 4 and a 5 and a 4 and a 5 and a 9. And our betting tree is an 8. That was a really neat puzzle. The aesthetic of this grid is really impressive, and the theme of the constant play back and forth, and particularly, I'm always a big fan of this sort of paying attention to rows and columns and how rows and columns intersect in boxes. So I really liked that theme throughout this, particularly this sort of understanding the consequences of this being a 4, being 1, 2, 3, because of the way the column worked out. That was really interesting. Anyway, very nice puzzle, Niverio, and congratulations to all of the 8-betters out there. May all the 8-betters live happily ever after. Were there no 8-betters? There were no 8-betters. Sorry, 8-betters. Well, congratulations to the non-existent 8-betters. May all their non-existent betting tree wishes come true. Alrighty, I am going to take a quick break, and I'll come back, and I think we're going to do some 6x6s to wrap up. So I'll be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back, everyone. I just saw the most terrifying thing in the 6x6 submissions that I've seen in a while. I'm quite appreciative that I get lots of tribute puzzles floating around to various things that I have done, or like building on my ideas. But I have, for the first time in my life, seen an antimatter tribute puzzle, which I did not particularly anticipate. I know MicroStudy has been threatening to set an antimatter philomeno, but we shall see what happens. But I have chosen here instead the Niverio tribute puzzle. So this is, I assume, a tribute to dynamic duos, because in this puzzle we have a bunch of lines, and each line has to have two of the following four properties, and no pair of lines can have the same pair of properties. So we have whispers, which would be like the greenish ones where the digits need to differ by at least 3. We have entropy, where any string of 3 consecutive digits would need to have a low, middle, and high. And then region sum lines, where the digits on the line have the same sum in each box the line is in. Okay. So 4 choose 2 is what? 4 choose 2 is 6. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we have 5 lines. So there's 6 possible combinations, and we use 5 of them for whatever that is worth. Niverio set a bigger version of this. let's see. So what is it that can't be a something? Let's see. See, if this were a region sum line, this digit would go up there, but that seems okay to me. Row 5, column 2, and row 6, column 4 can't be region sum lines. Okay, so yeah, if this wants to be a region sum line, it's going to have to be 6. Sorry, if either of these wants to be a region sum line, it's going to have to be 6, 1, 2, 3. And then the question is, what's the other thing that it's going to be? And so it can't be a whispers. It can't be a renbon. I mean, this is not a renbon. It can't be an entropy line. And now we're out of line types. So yeah, so it could very well meet one of the requirements, but not both. So neither of these is a region sum line. So that is interesting to know. So these are each 2 of. Is it possible to be both a whispers and an entropy line in here? So our whispers would be alternating between 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6. And the entropy would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going to be hard to be both, but I don't think it's possible. But I think it is possible for some lines, but not others. Like, I don't think this could be both a whispers and an entropy line, but maybe maybe showing that this is not that exact pair is not an interesting use of my time at the moment. Let's see. So, okay, and so renbon stuff. So long renbon need a bunch of digits on them. I'm noticing if this is a renbon, that digit is that digit, but I don't know if that is exciting. Let's see. The entropic one is kind of interesting. The fact that these 3 digits show up here seems like it could be interesting, but there's nothing in this box, so that makes it difficult to figure out exactly what's going on with it. Okay. Yeah, I need at least 2 region sum lines in this puzzle, and these are not sum lines. So 2 of the 3 remaining, at least, have to be region sum lines. That is true. So if we can rule being a region sum line out of one more thing, we'll know the others are region sum lines. MicroStudy believes this can't be a region sum line. These would both be from 4, 5, 6. Oh, I guess the question is, what's it going to be if these are from 4, 5, 6 and these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? What combo is it going to be? It can't possibly be a renbon. Because it would have 2 4s on it. We would need these 2 to be the same entropy as these 2, which is not going to be possible because there's either a 5 or a 6 on here, but not both. Is that right? I'm thinking that so the only combination that I think is possible is region sum entropy. And if this is a region sum entropy, I would need these to be a 4 or 5 pair. And, but the problem is if these are a 4 or 5 pair, then this does not sum to the correct thing. If these are these would need to be a 4 or 5 pair, but now this sums to too much. Okay, so this can't be a region sum line, because if these were a 4, 6, I would need again that one, and that one. They would need to be that. So yeah, so entropy, so no combination with region sum lines works. So therefore, this cell, or this and this, are region sum lines. Is the point here. So if that's true, then this needs to be a 5 or a 6, because there need to be 2 ways to make this sum work. Yeah, this one's certainly not entropic. I think it could be a region sum line Renbon if it's 5, 1, 4, 2, 3. I don't think it can possibly be I don't think it can be a whisper, is what I was saying. Somehow my brain lost that. It was like, what's the green one again? I don't think it can be a whisper. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it can be. So got that. This digit I know shows up here. This thing is going to have an even sum. Oh, right. 2, 4 doesn't work. Right. Yeah, it can't be whisper, because that and that would have to be valid whisper segments, and they can't be, as Selena points out, because I could do 1, 4 or 1, 5, but I can't do 2, 3 or 2, 4. Neither of those will work. So yeah, so it's not a whisper. So it is a Renbon or an entropy line. Those are the 2 options, I believe. Why can't this be 5, 4, 1, 2, 3? Oh, okay. Niverio. So there's sort of 2 options for this. Oh, JC Gadar, I wish that were true, but Renbon is the second thing in the list. I didn't see it at first either, but it is there. Okay, people argued that this is not a Renbon at some point. Do we really believe that this is not a Renbon? Because we know it's not a region sum. If we know it's not a Renbon, then we know it's a whisper entropy line. Good night, Jace. Let's see. Row 3, column 6, and row 5, column 5 would have to have the same entropy. So let's see. People have written down 6, 2, 4, 5, 1. And it has been claimed that this is a valid way of writing this as a region sums entropic, and I think it works. unless it breaks something else in Smithereens, which is always possible. Because what it would leave here is 2, 3, 4. Which would make this not a... So in this universe, this is not a whisper because 2, 3, and 4 are too close together. So this would have to be an entropic Renbon, if that's the case. Where this would be 2 and 4 in order to make this an entropic Renbon. This would be 5 or 6. I don't know. I think it breaks, but I don't know that I really want to like dig that far. Could be 3 instead of 4, I suppose. But 3 and 4 are the same entropy, so it doesn't really matter which you put there, I suppose. Let's see. Because 3, 4 is placed in row 1, column 5. Okay, so here's MicroStudy's argument that this has to be a Renbon. If it's not a it's not a Renbon, then it's a Whispers modular line. Wait. But I don't have the thing about 3, 4s if it's a Whispers modular line, right? No. No, right, it is true. If it's a Whispers modular line, then then where did the 3, 4s go is the point. Okay, sorry. I got there eventually. In my brain, I was thinking if it was a Whisper entropy line, why do I even need 3, 4s on it at all? Because the only reason I need 3, 4s on it at all is because it's a Renbon. But no, you need 3, 4s on entropic lines because 3, 4s are one of the entropies. That was the point. So anyway, so the point is these are the only 2 cells that can be 3, 4 if this is a Whisper entropic, and they're not 3 apart, so that's a problem. So I believe Micro about that. So this line is definitely a Renbon. Okay, which means that this digit does, in fact, go there. And this digit does, in fact, go there. For what it's worth. Do I keep saying modular line instead of entropic? That sounds like me. One of these is yellow, one of these is orange. I don't know if any of that matters. So this is Renbon Whisper or Renbon Entropic. If it's Renbon Whisper, these are a 3-4 pair. If it's Renbon Entropic, then I think it's a little less clear what happens. That would be the other orange digit. That would be the other yellow digit. These two would have the same entropy. None of that quite seems to tell me anything. Let's see. Yeah, Renbon entropy is pretty easy. Renbon whispers is going to be more constrained. Because these would be a 3-4 pair. And so these would be a 1-6 pair. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that. There doesn't have to be one, Selena, right? Oh, no, there does have to be a whisper entropy. Sorry, there does have to be a whisper entropy because we know the one that's missing is a region something, right? Because there's 6 possible, right? So we do need a whisper entropy. So one of these is the whisper entropy. And so if this was the whisper entropy, we would need these to be 3 4s. Which seems fine. And if this were the whisper entropy, we would need these to be 3 4s. Which seems fine. Because these are going to be 1-6 or these are going to be 1-6. I guess in no circumstances this 1 or 6. We do need a Renbon Whisper. That's true. We need a Renbon Whisper. And so can this possibly be a Renbon Whisper? 3 4 1 6 isn't a whisper. How can any of these be a Renbon Whisper? Oh, right. This is the only one that can be a Renbon Whisper. Right. I can't have it be 4 cells long. It would need a 3 and a 4. Okay, that's very cute. Okay, so this is definitely a Renbon Whisper. And so these are all the same high-lowity, and that high-lowity is low because of that cell. So these are all 1, 2, 3. These are all 4, 5, 6. These are 4, 5, 6. That's a 1, 2. I mean, that's not a 6, just let's be real. Right, and the tips are 3 and 4, because I can't put a 3 in either of those spots, and I can't put a 4 in either of those spots. So that's a 3 and that's a 4, and in fact, that means that's a 6 and a 5 and a 1 and a 2. Okay, so we've got all of that filled in. Good, good. So, yeah, so one of those two is a 6, I suppose. One of these is a 5. Right. That is the 4, and that's the 1. So one of these is a 4. Right. This can't be a 6 because these would need to be 1, 5, or 2, 4, and they can be neither. So this is 5, 4, 6, 1, and these are a 2, 3 pair. That's a 6. Very good spot. These are a 2, 3 pair, and that is a 5. Okay. So if yes, and so this is the Renbon region sum. It's what I always wanted it to be. I think chat all wanted it to be the entropy thing. So have we discussed what this can be? Can this just be anything? I think this can be anything, right? Now I'm noticing if this one wants to be entropy, then that's a 5 or a 6. we do need an entropic whisper. This could be either of the other combinations. This could be region sumline entropy or region sumline whisper. I think both of those are allowed. Oh, is Selena saying these need to be 3-4 regardless of what it is? But then Selena, unfortunately, has retracted this beautiful idea. I mean, these being 3-4 with a 1-6 here sure looks appealing, if I'm being honest. I think that's true, Paul Fly. Okay, so the claim is if this is entropy whisper, it's got 3-4 on the tips. And it also has 3-4 on the tips if it is entropy what? Oh, entropy Renbon. No, it can't be entropy Renbon. Wait, we need an entropy Renbon, don't we? Oh, this is the entropy Renbon. Is this the entropy Renbon? No, this is a whisper Renbon. Where's our entropy Renbon? I don't think it's possible to have an entropy Renbon, is it? But that's a problem because that's two things that we 3614 isn't a Renbon. Oh, 3254. Why am I trying to also... boy, I'm trying to make it also a whisper for some reason in my head, which would definitely make it harder. Okay, so the sort of three combinations we have left... Boy, this is hard for me to keep track of somehow. Are... okay, we've got the whisper Renbon even. So we've got to have an entropy Renbon, and we've got to have a whisper Renbon. And so both of those have 3-4 on the tips because a Renbon needs a 3 and a 4. And so if it's a length 4 entropy line with a 3 and a 4, it needs to have the 3 and the 4 on the ends. And if it's a whisper's entropy, then it needs to have 3 4s on the ends. So these are always 3-4. And so that is a 3 and a 4. Not that one. And a 4 and a 3 and a 4. Sorry, that took me forever to believe, but I got there eventually. So we've got all of this stuff now. We can sort of fill in. So this is either 5-2 or 6-1. But this can't be 5-2. And this would have to be 5-2 in order to make this work if it were the other one. So this is the whisper one. Therefore, this is 5-2 to make this the Renbon one. So you can be Renbon, and you can be entropic. And as an entropic thing, you are also a whisper, which means that it better go 3-6-1. And as a Renbon, you are also entropic. So hopefully you're in the right order. Yep. Okay, there we go. And so this is a 6 and a 1. And so I need these two to sum to 7 without being 1, 6. So they are either 2, 5. Well, they have to be 2, 5. And so that is a 2, and that's a 5. And so the question is, what have we created here? It's not entropic. It's not renbambonic. It is whispery, right? We've created a whispery line here. So this is whispery. Okay. So we now can finish this. Okay. 1, 2, that is a 3. And we've got all of these up here. 3, 1, 4, 5, 2, 6. That one was quite challenging, although I feel like my brain did not do a good job of handling the information, because I mean, there were only 6 combos, but I swear I was saying all of them like a million times. But yeah, that was a very impressive puzzle. I am quite surprised that this ended up working like this. Alrighty. Alas, yes, the entropic region sum line was not to be. Alrighty. Well, I'm going to wrap up stream for today there. But thank you so much to everyone for hanging out today. It has been fun. We've done some fun puzzles. I guess including 2 Math Pesto puzzles. I hadn't even really realized because we started with a Math Pesto puzzle. Thank you so much. If you've not yet liked the stream, please do like the stream. It helps us out a lot when you do that. So greatly appreciated. We will be having Nell as a guest on Sunday, so look forward to that. And also, thank you to everyone who supports the stream. It really does mean a lot. If you want to support the stream, you can do that by clicking the join button down below. And then for as little as $5 a month, you can support the stream. We greatly, greatly appreciate here at zetamath Enterprises all of you who do that. Thank you very much from Zach and I and Tristan. Thank you to all of you who do that. Thank you to those of you who support at the big level. And I believe we have a new turbine. I believe Dorlir. So our turbines are now David, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Daniel, Willie, Danita, Nell, and new turbine, Dorlir. So thank you so much to all of you, and I will see you all next time, which is on Sunday. So thanks for watching. Bye for now. Oops, I hit the end button, but it didn't actually go. Let's try again.